We are starting. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to One Shot Wednesdays. I am knackered. Started off tired already, but anyway, welcome to Nat One. It's One Shot Wednesdays. We're picking it up again with Kids on Bikes Part Two. And let's. I'm Jenna, etc. We all know me. I'm here all the time. Um, Let me just play some swanky little music, which, by the way, shout out to White Bat Audio, who makes royalty-free, copyright-safe music. And my goodness gracious, there's a lot of it. And it's very good. So thank you to that person for allowing me to use this and not get struck. But anyway, I'm Jenna. Will be the whatever the fuck the DM's called in this. Keeper, storyteller, whatever the hell. And if I was an old movie monster, I would probably be at this point a mummy. Not in that way, Jason, but I would just love to be wrapped in cloth and slowly mooch around the house. So yeah, over to you, Jason. You're the first on the list now that you have a name begin with A on Discord.
Jenna the Mummy. I love it. Hi, everybody. I am just Jason now. You guys formerly known me as Jason too. I've been promoted. I am playing Xian, the very shy and quiet girl. If I was a old movie monster, I would probably be at this moment anything from fucking Dawn of the Dead. I will pass it over to you, Theo.
Yo, my name's not Theo. I'm playing Theo. I'm Andrew. As previously said twice now, I'm playing Theo. My brain is a bit scattered as well. If I were an old movie monster, I would be Audrey from Little Shop of Horrors, because I don't move much and I just want feeding. I'm going to pass this on to Nathan.
Hello, I'm Nathan. I think we're all tired.
Yep.
I'm playing Anya Panday, and if I was an old school monster, I'd go with Frankenstein's monster.
Nice. And Peach will be joining us as Cassandra. But I think we'll ask her when she's...
You forgot Cade.
Oh, sorry, Cade. Oh, yeah, because it went Andrew, Nathan. Oh, yeah, sorry. It's because I'm looking at the Discord list. Excuse me. Cade, we're all tired. Welcome to the tiredest stream.
I'm Cadence, they, them. Also tired. And I'll be playing Lamont Daniels, star athlete of the Hebron Hawks basketball team. And if I was an old school movie monster, I would be a wolfman.
Ooh. Harry. And Peach will be here soon, so we'll ask her what she'll be quickly when she comes in before we carry on. Okay, so right then, let's get straight into it. So last we left off, the kids were in their they were in their clubhouse. They had previously stumbled upon a house at the what's the word, in Poplar Court, which was seemingly abandoned. It had a little girl inside, speaking a strange language. And when Theo opened the doors to the basement, something ran out really quick. And since then, the girl, who you now know as Juniper, has told you that there were actually 4 creatures that escaped from the house, and that it's all your guys' fault. Those creatures are what you seem to recognise as a wolfman, a mummy, Frankenstein's monster, and a creature from the Black Lagoon, which also was hinted at when Zara Pavel, the daughter of the gas station owner, called Theo on a walkie-talkie to inform him of that rumour. Now, at the time, just before we ended the session, Xian and Cassandra were about to go off to Xian's house because Xian had a little idea, and the rest of the squad had decided to go to the church. I think, yeah, they went to the church because if the vampire was a vampire, obviously they were going to grab hold of some religious materials. So I'm gonna hand over to the not Cass and Xian. We'll do that in a minute. But you guys are kind of still in the clubhouse. It's Sunday morning, almost midday, and Juniper is still in your clubhouse, sort of staring around at you all. And you get the idea. I keep saying you. I'm sorry again. I've got DM brain. They all have a feeling that they all look at her as if to think, what are we going to do with this strange girl who's now with us? How are we going to explain that? So we have Theo, Lamont, and Anya in the clubhouse with Juniper.
Like, just trying to explain how, like, who this girl is that we're with?
Well, I mean, you're all standing there looking at her, because you've decided that you're going to go off to the church in a minute, but you notice she's still there, and, like, she looks like she's homeless or something, so, like, how, you know what I mean? Maybe you should make a plan about how, if she's going to come with you, or what to do with her whilst you go off and gather your things that you need to try and catch these monsters.
Theo begins pacing a little bit. So the last thing that we want to do is we don't want to arouse any suspicion, right? We just want to make it look as if it's a normal Sunday morning. We're hanging out, having fun. If we want to start throwing holy water at things, I mean, the easiest thing I can think of is we start having a water fight or something. If anybody has any squirt guns back at their house, that could be an idea for that. And he points towards Juniper and you.
Yeah?
Anya, how do you feel about having a cousin that's visiting?
I guess I could go with that.
I mean, I think that makes sense. If anybody asks any questions, June's just visiting from a couple towns over.
But how do we explain how she's dressed? She doesn't exactly look like she's from any town.
I can maybe borrow some of Sam's clothes.
Yeah, I mean that could definitely work.
Remember, you also have narrative control, so you can just take scenes where you want to take them. But yeah, Nathan, what were you going to say?
I guess, Lamont, you can go grab those clothes. Me and Theo can head over to the church. And I guess we could just have Juniper go wait at the high school. Because it'll look weird if we're walking around town with just a random homeless girl.
I think it's safer if Juniper stays here while we go and do our stuff. Lamont, when you
I
get the
agree.
clothes, she can get changed up in here. We'll all wait outside while you do that, obviously.
She jumps down off the desk that she was sitting on, and she just looks at you all, crosses her arms, and she says,
Do you honestly think that you're gonna be safe without me?
Hey, quite frankly, I don't want to leave you out of my sight. You're the only connection we have to these things. So rest assured, we are not going to go trying to find or fight any of these things without you there.
Alright. I guess I'm coming with you?
Well, we don't necessarily need you there for the church, but I mean,
You don't know where they might be hiding.
She sort of like, she looks at you like you're a bit dumb, and she's like,
Why do you think I came looking for you? Silly.
Maybe y'all should just stay with her while I get the clothes, like, really fast, and I'll just be right back. Would that work?
Yeah,
I
that
mean-
that sounds good.
that makes the most sense, but are you sure you're going to be okay, Lamont?
Yeah, I got this.
alright. Lamont, as you sort of exit the clubhouse and start walking off towards the residential area, you see along the street that Cassandra and Xian have slowed down a little, and Xian's talking to Cassandra sort of on the street, sort of quite in a sort of shy way. You end up sort of approaching them as this. They're walking a lot slower than you thought they would.
Cass, I can't do this. That whole thing in there was just an act. I was trying to look impressive to Theo and Lamont, and
I know. I didn't want to say, but you know I'm quite perceptive like that.
what are we gonna do? Xian kind of just, they melt into like a puddle of incoherent mumbling.
Well, I think I think we just gotta do what we gotta do. I mean, you know, I'm not all about the idea of, you know, working for the Soviets and that, but they could be a real threat and, you know, take down the Red Menace or whatever we've got planned. And we do have a plan, remember? Kind of. Whatever we've got planned, we can just do it. And I mean, I've always been one for overthinking, you know me, but also overthinking can be a bad thing sometimes, and thinking, what if it doesn't work? Well, unless you're gonna follow that up with, well, how might it not work? Figure that out, and then figure out how it will work. It's just no use in worrying.
Xian rubs her nose a little bit, sniffles. She's like, "Yeah, I think I would feel better if we were with our friends. Can we just go back?"
Well, are we not gonna get... What were we gonna get again?
I honestly don't know. I was kind of just winging it. It sounded good.
Well, yeah. If we don't know what we need, I mean, you know.
Maybe we can go ask Theo.
Oh yeah, maybe Theo knows. Can I see Lamont sort of in the background?
Yeah.
Oh, Lamont's right there. Maybe we could ask Lamont.
Just a quick reminder is that you have that control to say that you did see him. Yeah.
Yeah.
As Lamont approaches, Xian blushes very heavily. Hey, Lamont.
Hey, are you guys okay? I thought you were going to your house.
Well, yeah, and then we realized we didn't even know what we were looking for.
Oh. Well, I gotta go to my house. I gotta get some of Sam's clothes for Juniper. I mean, you're welcome to come along if you want, or Theo and Anya are staying back at the clubhouse with her. So whatever you guys want to do is, you know.
You're really giving that Russian spy some of your sister's clothes?
I mean, I don't really have a choice. We can't bring her with us looking like that.
That's true.
Quick
but-
reminder: you went to the library and figured out that she's not Russian, nor is she Chinese.
No, well,
Yeah.
I still think that she's a.
She's a spy.
I
Yeah,
didn't
just
say
not...
Russian.
Yeah,
I said
yeah,
communist spy.
Yes, there you go. Right, there you go.
We'll retcon
I'm gonna go back and talk to Theo.
Okay, yeah.
You sure?
Yeah. Maybe he can give me an idea on what to grab. Or I can stay and watch Juniper, or so I can find something to be useful, I guess.
Well, okay. I'll head with Lamont. Safety in numbers, right?
Yeah.
You can come with us.
Yeah, you can come with us if you want.
She runs over and hugs Cass, and or they run over and hug Cass, and they say, "What would I do without you?"
Thrive. I'm only, well, you know. Listen, you don't need to depend on me though. I mean, unless of course there's something weird going on and you need to figure out what. In that case, you should depend on me. But you know, you've got your own strengths. Like you're pretty smart on your own too, and like you're resourceful, and like I know you're not like on the cross country team, but you really could be. I mean, I've seen you run.
Actually, last session we determined that she was on the cross country team.
And I know that you're on the cross country team, and it's no surprise because, I mean, you can run.
Yeah, you're right.
Not me just forgetting everything.
Literally everything ever.
Yeah, Cass is right. You just gotta have a little more faith in yourself.
I'm gonna go talk to Theo, and I'm gonna run so fast that even if something pops out, they won't catch me.
Okay, so Xian sprints off back to the clubhouse.
Naruto runs.
and Lamont and Cassandra go up to Lamont's house. It's Sunday midday. Both your parents would be in. In fact, your dad's out just mowing the grass, the front of the house. He sort of spots you both and like gives you a bit of a wave, but you can see he's got like some huge headphones on and he's just like bopping around.
Lamont waves back and heads into the house.
You see that again there's some music on in the house, and your mum's just sort of like cleaning, and you can see that she's actually cleaning down this saxophone that your dad's about to use later on. When was the it was that night, wasn't it? Sunday night that it was going to do.
It's Monday.
Monday night, excuse me. Yeah, Monday night. She's basically just like giving it a bit of a spruce up with a duster while she dusts the rest of the things in the living room. Yeah, she's in like, she's not in, obviously she's not in work gear. She's sort of like wearing like shorts and a t-shirt, and her hair's all sort of tied back. Not her usual nice like wavy shiny hair, just all tied up in a bun at the back. Sort of just crouching down. Her head just sort of pops up as she acknowledges you, and then she sort of like gets up with and puts like a duster in like a sort of little like pouch pocket that she's got of like cleaning supplies, and she sort of looks up at Cass and says, "Oh, hey Cass, how's your mom?"
Oh, hi, Miss Daniels. She's doing all right, I think. I mean, last time I saw her, I don't know how she is right now. I mean, she could be up to anything right now. She's probably washing the laundry, and Cassandra goes on a ramble about all the things she could be doing. So I don't exactly know how she is right now, but last time I saw her, she was all right.
During your ramble, Mrs. Daniels just sort of like her eyes wide open, trying to stay attached to what you're saying, just sort of nodding along, occasionally glancing over at Lamont, like, you know, this is a very talkative person. And at the end, she just goes, "That's nice, sweetie," and she just goes back to her cleaning. As she turns away, she's sort of like absentmindedly doing her things and stuff, and she just says, "Oh, what are you doing today?" In general.
Actually, here on a mission, we're hanging out with, everybody, and Anya's cousin is actually in town, and she fell in a mud puddle. I was wondering if you would mind terribly if I borrowed like one of Sam's shirts and just a pair of shorts, Miss Panday is at work and Anya's house is locked up.
Oh, what a shame. You can choose, so you can succeed on that. And she's just gonna, again, very absent-mindedly, because she's in work mode, start rooting through the sort of clean washing pile of things that are already sort of stacked up. She's just gonna flick out like a t-shirt and a couple of bits and bats, and she's just gonna say, does she need like a coat or anything? She's like, it's not forecasted to rain, so will this do? And she's like, what about shoes? And like really going off on like being caring about this girl.
Yeah. If you wouldn't mind, that would be perfect. She really fell. She got really muddy, and I'll bring it back as soon as I can.
All right. She just piles up a few things for you and hands them over. You can decide what they are. But yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm Anya and her mom will really appreciate it, I'm sure.
She says, well, don't be playing too rough with her, okay? Like when the other day when your tooth, if you're playing sports, make sure you're careful. We don't want to be hurting anyone if they're only in town for a couple of days. It's a bit unlucky.
Yes, ma'am.
So she just sends you away. And from the stairs peeking down, you can see Sam watching you as you exit the house. She doesn't say anything, she's just watching. Meanwhile, at the clubhouse, Juniper's just sat there, waiting. Theo and Anya, you're with her.
So, like,
I just I just realized something. I'm pretty sure Juniper is white, right? How the hell will that pass as my cousin?
Are you whispering this to Theo?
Yes.
Yeah, as you're saying this,
Yes,
the camera is literally just gonna flick over to her, being the most pale, blonde-haired girl that you've ever seen, with the brightest blue eyes in the world. Like,
Oh goodness.
well, it's not unheard of to have like cousins through marriage in the family and stuff like that, is it? I mean,
I guess you're not wrong there.
we could swap it around. She could be my cousin if it makes it easier.
Nah, we'll just go with it.
If you're not comfortable with it, then you just gotta say, and we'll make anything work.
It's not that I'm not comfortable with it. I'm just saying it sort of just doesn't logically make sense.
That is fair. I mean, it'd make sense with an explanation, I guess, but we want the least explaining possible. So, Juniper, how do you feel about being my little cousin?
I could be anything. I like to play and pretend.
There we go. That problem's sorted then.
So that's definitely.
She starts singing to herself as she looks out of a window. And as she sort of turns to look out there, you see that through the window, you see Xian just like absolutely belting it towards the clubhouse as fast as she can.
How old does Juniper look, by the way, again?
She looks like she's about 11.
Okay. I'm not going to be hella insensitive and suggest that. I'm going to see Xian running up. Oh shit, something must have happened. Because Xian just looks panicked while Naruto are running towards us. I'm going to go wait by the entrance for Xian to arrive.
Mm.
I will say, that was a peak joke. Xian does not Naruto run.
Well, that's not what the narration's saying. Describe how she runs.
She runs very much so like her arms and like a very much a shy schoolgirl run, like arms up
Like a
in the air,
Naruto
kind of
run.
waving around, and very bouncy run.
Toast in her mouth.
What?
Toasted her mouth.
Oh my god!
Xian's just an anime character.
Pretty much, honestly, steampunk anime. But yeah, Xian, they walk in, and they kind of stop and breathe heavy for a second, and they say, I got halfway there and I realized I didn't really know what I could grab to be useful.
That's all right. That's all right. Did anything happen to Cass? Where'd Cass go?
We met Lamont, and Cass went with Lamont, and I ran back here.
Oh, right. That's fine. That's fine. So you running up here just gave me the shits. I didn't know if Cass got or something.
No, she's okay.
I mean, you don't have to worry about having anything specific. We're all figuring this out as we go. We got a good solid idea with getting some things from the church. As for what we need, vampires, they need the motions his fist into his chest. They need something to, stake right in there, don't they? So I'm sure we can find something along the way. I don't think you're gonna have something like that just lying around at home.
Well, my father's always got something or other, but probably not.
This is probably best not to, make him suspicious and worried about you, though. I mean, the last thing we want is the entire town panicking, and if your father stops you from going out because he thinks you're doing something dangerous, then we're going to be one person down, and without you, the whole thing could crumble.
Can you repeat that, Andrew? I lost my train.
That's okay. It's a good job you didn't make your dad suspicious by getting any weapons or anything, because if he stops you from going out, thinks you're doing something dangerous, then, I mean, without you, we could be lost. The whole thing could just crumble.
Well, I do have one thing we could use for the fish man.
Yeah, any idea is a good idea. Come on.
She reaches in, or they reach into their backpack and pull out a giant wad of magnesium. It would be primarily a last resort, but magnesium reacts heavily with both water and chlorine. Essentially, it would be a bomb.
A bomb? We're thinking of setting a bomb off in the school? Is this Christmas?
I just thought that, these things could hurt our families, and you guys said whatever it takes, so I just suggested it.
I don't know how easy it's going to be to get it into a position where we can let a bomb off without it being dangerous for us, but it's always a great thing to have up your sleeve, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sorry. It was a stupid idea. I'm sorry.
Hey, no. This is the most exciting idea I've heard all day. I actually want to use it. If we can somehow knock it into the swimming pool with us far enough away, I mean, we wouldn't want to get caught. It'd take a while for Officer Michaels to get there because he's a slow fuck. Sorry, Anya, I should probably not use that language in front of you. And you, Xian, to be honest.
What do you mean?
It's usually just Lamont that I use that in front of.
I'm just as old as both of you.
You wish. Theo's 16, by the way. He's only like a year different from everyone, but he's still gonna try.
Well, I don't know. I'm 16.
2-year difference for Anya, but.
Well, I mean, I might have an idea for the fish man to get him into the pool, if you want to hear it.
Yeah, sure.
What if we all team up and use like broomsticks or something to like shove them in, or something of that nature?
I like it. We were thinking of going to the janitor's cupboard anyway to get some chemicals and stuff, try and clog up its gills. So we might as well pick up any of the broom handles and anything else we can. I mean, I had the idea of the tennis net to try and get them all wrapped up so we can't swipe at us. Maybe we grab some sticks, we grab some nets, we just throw everything we got at him.
Sounds like a really good idea, Theo.
I mean, if we tangle him up, smack him in with the poles, he can't get himself free quick enough. That gives all of us time enough to escape. And then, Xian, you come in with the absolutely insane move of blowing up the swimming pool. And then we all need to make sure that we're nowhere near the school to get caught. So we need to have a plan of escape.
To be fair, magnesium reacting with water and chlorine, it shouldn't have that much of an impact. It'd be more of like a grenade in comparison to like an actual bomb.
Still going to make a very loud noise, though. Probably would attract a few people. I mean, there's not going to be that many people around the school on a Sunday, but we probably want to get out of there as soon as it's done, you know?
What if one of us is like the net person, someone nimble or like fast, and they come up behind it, wrap it, and all the other people distract it?
I think that's a good idea. I'm thinking at least 2 people for the nets, because I don't want any of you guys thinking that you can be all lone wolf on this and go right up close to it. I mean, we don't know. I'm going to turn to Juniper. Does this thing have claws? Does it bite?
She just nods with a smile.
Okay, so it's got claws and it bites. There wasn't even a yes and a no, but there was both yes. So I don't want anybody thinking they can get too close to this and do anything on their own. If we have 2 people holding the net, we can have them run around it, get it caught in the middle of the net, so you don't get too close.
But you have to think that maybe it can just, if someone doesn't get in close, it might slice through the net with its claws.
Well, I was counting on the net being strong enough if we, wrapped it a couple of times, but that is a good point. We probably do need a backup plan just in case it can do that. Whoever's rapping,
Sorry, go on.
whoever's rapping it, they're gonna have the backup of the other people with the broom handles and wacky things. So they're not gonna be on their own. Juniper.
Yeah, as you're all sort of planning on what to do, Juniper's just sort of putting her hand to her mouth and tilting her head as though like she thinks you're all cute and laughs. And meanwhile, as Cassandra and Caden as well, as Cassandra and Lamont are walking back towards the clubhouse, on the street, a red convertible car rocks up, full of cheerleaders, and there's a jock sort of guy driving the car, and a blonde cheerleader next to him in the front, and in the back 2 seats there are another 2 girls as well, all in their little cheerleading outfits, even though it's not school, because obviously they must have been somewhere, and there's a red-haired one who you know to be called Melody, who is a senior. She's 18. She's on the squad, and she sort of waves. She like waves at you, Lamont. And she says, "Oh, hi, Lamont. Are you coming to my party tomorrow at the bowling alley?"
Hey, Melody. I would really love to, but I really gotta study for that upcoming science test. I'm really sorry. I just can't make it.
Some of the other girls turn to her and look at her like with a face of like as if, like as if Lamont would ever go to your party, sort of thing. And like give her a face of like, see. She looks a little disappointed, and she's sort of, then her face changes to that of being a bit like annoyed, and she says, "Alright, well, anyone was going to be there, so, if you're anyone, you'll be there." And she sort of pats the guy on the shoulder, and he just, like, winks at you and drives off. They all completely ignored Cassandra.
So they've got a party going on tomorrow.
I guess so.
You can't be everywhere at once.
No.
I think you should be there. And there's music. Frankenstein.
That's a good point, but
There was music in your house too.
well, there's gonna be music at my dad's performance, and I don't know, I'm really worried about him. But I don't want anything bad to happen to Melody and everyone either, but like you said, we can't be everywhere at once, and I don't want to split the group up.
It's like a catch-22 or something. Like,
Yeah.
like the music, it makes him not attack you, but it also draws him to you. If you didn't have the music at all, he wouldn't be there, but if the music wasn't there, he'd also be hurting you. But maybe everything's on Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So simple. We get like a really big speaker or something, or like get all the speakers we can find, and we play a bunch of music somewhere, and then it will draw, well, Frankenstein, and then we get him maybe before, because if so much is gonna happen.
I just don't know. We have Anya, who can play, and Anya also said that she had a radio. We have I can play something as well to try and lure him, if that would help at all.
I think we might need to start carrying our instruments around.
Yeah, I agree. Well, tomorrow, I can just say that I'm gonna practice with Anya for band, and I should be able to get my trumpet out no problem. Like, after school, so...
Well, I'm thinking about it right now, Lamont. I'm thinking maybe if we, split the group up and some of us go to, tomorrow, I'm thinking your dad's concert, some of us go to the party, but I've not been invited. I'm not going to. I think the only people who could get an invite is probably you, and maybe if you manage to drag Theo along. But also, I doubt they'd just let Theo in if you weren't there to vouch for him, and if you were going there, you'd miss your dad's concert.
Right, it's... But... Well... You could come with me if you wanted to. Like, if I asked, I'm sure that they would let me bring a +1. It's up to you, though,
What, you think they'd let me come?
Yeah.
She didn't
If I
even look at
asked.
me.
Well, that's their problem.
Well, I mean, I suppose if someone has to go, I don't mind being the one who comes.
Yeah, I think... Yeah. I think that's what we should do, but I'll need to... Yeah, I guess I'll need to call Melody and tell her that I'll come after all if she'll let me bring a +1. And I think Theo should be with Anya and Xian. But they'll have to bring Juniper too, I guess. It makes the most sense for them to have Juniper.
Well, I mean, you could ask to bring a +1.5.
I don't think they would go for that.
Neither.
You guys make it to the clubhouse.
Boys, girls, Xian,
Mm-hmm.
how are you all doing?
We just been sat coming up with some ideas, waiting for you guys.
Hit me with them.
Well, there's a few good ideas floating around, but we just need to try and get them in an order that's gonna make them work. There's an idea for getting sports nets, like tennis nets from the sports section, wrapping up the fishman in them. Broomsticks and mops from the janitor's closet so we can have something to whack him with. And then Xian has got this magic in her pocket that's gonna make the water blow up.
Magic, it's not real.
Okay, it's magnesium, but you know what I mean? She's coming through like magic.
Oh yeah, I see, like a metaphor. I see.
But apparently, this fishy boy has got claws and big fat teeth. So we want to find a way to put all of this together that means we're not going to get right next to him at any point. I don't want any of you guys getting within swiping distance.
Well, then the broomsticks would be impossible. If it was in... I mean, we couldn't get in swiping distance with a broomstick unless it could get in swiping distance of us with its claw sticks, so that's like a plan B. Or maybe like a plan Z.
Unless we try and use the broomsticks to poke rather than smack. Like old knights jousting. Try and keep back while doing that.
That's true, but... we'd have a lot less, it'd be a weaker hit. Still, I don't know. Anything's... I still think it's low on the list. But it's not a... If it's if we had to prioritize the orders, then that's probably the last one. Unless, any of the other ones are terrible. The magnesium idea. What, because magnesium reacts with water?
And chlorine. It causes both a violent explosion and also when it reacts with chlorine, it catches fire. So it's essentially a Molotov cocktail that can survive in water.
Yeah, but I highly doubt they chlorinate that pool. Why do you think I always skip swimming?
It's the best idea we've got.
Could always.
Well, the janitor's closet might have chemicals. If we get it wrapped up well enough, we could maybe get it on its side or something and get it in its gills.
I mean, I could probably build something real fast. If I put the magnesium in a small container that's easily breakable, and then I put it inside a bigger jar, fill that with chlorine, and then when I break it, it causes a reaction in the water.
It's very risky.
It's dangerous.
Guys, I really don't want to put a damper on this, but it's getting late. The church is gonna close soon, and we still need to go pick up the stuff to deal with the vampire.
You're right.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Then we should all move. Juniper, you ready to go? I'm assuming while we're doing all of this, Juniper has been getting dressed in the background while we're all turning.
You don't
away.
need to be assuming, Andrew. That's what she's doing if you want it. You are also a narrative controller. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's what's happened.
There you go. Right. Yeah.
And also, I had a thought. We know that Vampire's a party girl. She likes to go out and have some fun, dressed in fancy clothing and jewelry and that sort of stuff. And we know that certain somebody's lonely. Maybe those two?
What?
So I don't know what you're alluding to.
Are you saying, the Frankenstein's monster is the certain somebody?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay, so it's like
Frankenstein.
set them up.
Set them up.
Right, okay, now I get what you're saying.
Sorry. I didn't realize I was so vague.
Yeah.
So if we to set them up,
Alright. Okay. So let's have a think here. So as much as you can plan, that's it. You've exhausted as much as you can possibly plan, so it's time to enact some of the getting prepped. So the first prep is the church, right? So you're gonna head your little way down to the church. Now, it is like Anya suggested. The service has just kind of come to a close, and you see that the majority of the sort of churchgoers are just like milling around outside, saying bye to each other. It's mainly like old white people that sort of like, shaking each other's hands and like hobbling around, and they probably only see each other once a week. Not very many people in this area actually go to this church in particular.
As we're like walking to the church, Xian at this point is, or Xian looks around, like eyes darting every which way, just scouting everything. And at some point, she doesn't know. They don't know if it's a trick of the eye or if there's something going on, but they can almost swear that they see just out of the corner of like a shallow alley, they see like a hulking figure run past, or they feel something's breathing down their neck. But they ignore it and move on.
And in fact, when you do see that, you see it scarper off through some bushes to the sort of main park area, which is this big green part. There are little bridges and things across this river, and you see it sort of dart off, but keep into the bushes, into this park area.
Did any of you see that?
You were around about like here, as you're coming up to this church.
See what? I didn't see anything. Did you see one of them?
I thought I might have. It looked like the wolf.
Where did you think it was going? Was it coming anywhere near us?
It looked like it went towards the park, and that's not very far from the church.
Yeah, say if you're about here on the map.
Adds up, at least.
I think if we're gonna do this, we should probably be quick.
We
I
don't
don't-
necessarily. Oh, sorry.
I don't think it's something we should worry about if it was going the other way. I mean, I suppose it might be an issue, but I doubt. I mean, you know that the communists banned religion, right? I doubt it'd go to a church.
Is it possible you saw something else? Didn't Juniper say that it can switch between being a man and being a wolf man?
Yeah, I mean, it could have been something different. Maybe I'm just being stupid.
No,
You're
you're
not
not
stupid.
stupid.
Roll a brains for me, Xian. With a DC of 8. Okay. Your sort of recollection of its appearance was almost like mid-transformation as it ran away from man to wolf. Like it sprouted all of its fur, and it's like its back, as its back was hunched. You saw this very large, hunched sort of man-like figure, and as it sprouted and like sort of scampered away, it like went from being bipedal to like on all fours with its back all hairy and stuff.
As she says, or as they say that they don't know, they frown for a moment, and they say, "No, I'm sure that was him, or her, or whatever gender the wolf man is." But what I saw was he was mid-transformation as he headed towards the park, but I know for a fact it was him.
Well, we know he's hunting ground at least. Makes sense, the park. Plenty of dogs.
Go to the
Because-
church. I don't want to stick around.
As we all know, the park is a dog park. Yeah, let's get on our bikes and zip over.
So now you're at the church, yeah?
Yep, we head to the church. We're at the church now.
Okay. Alright.
Well, does someone wanna talk to the priest or whatever they have in a Methodist church?
I guess I could maybe.
Would any of you have been to the church before?
Yes, Xian would have been to the church. Her mom is very big on that and makes her go.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think Lamont's parents used to, I think that they used to go to church every Sunday, but as Lamont's mom became more career oriented, they stopped going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and of course, Cassandra's a Baptist, not a Methodist.
Alright.
Well, the family, anyway.
Okay, so you'd know of the Reverend Miller. Who's the Reverend there? Surname Miller. He is a very quiet, sort of shy man, and he's quite young too for a Reverend. Quite reserved, very calm, and quite a concerned look on his face pretty much all the time, as he's concerned for literally everyone. Very, very lawful, very, clean, sober kind of guy. And you just walk straight in to the church itself.
Yeah, I guess so.
If you guys want, I can try and talk to the Reverend if he's in there. I mean, my mom is they are very familiar with each other.
That could be good, yeah, if you could distract him while we borrow some holy water and maybe some other things.
Do you want me to come with you, Xian? We used to come here all the time. I used to do Sunday school and
Yeah, you're probably better at talking than I am. That's probably good.
Yeah, I'll come with you.
Okay. You sort of walk together, sort of into the church proper, with its almost like it's got three tiers to it, even though there are very rarely, very few people that go there. There are chairs to the left, chairs to the right, and pews to the left, pews to the right, and also a row of pews in the middle. So it's not like one aisle that goes through the centre, it's two aisles that go along either side. And it's all modern for the 80s, it's very white and wooden beams, like sort of pale wood. It does have the traditional stained glass window at the very, very end of it, but it's not a sort of church in the same sense that you'd see like a medieval, or not a medieval, but you know what I mean, like a British church. Not in that kind of sense. There aren't very many statues of like Mary and shit like that. It's just very sort of bland. And at the front there's just a simple table with a white tablecloth over top of it. And you see that the Reverend Miller is just packing away some pamphlets that he'd sort of hopefully scattered around. He's just going along each pew and just taking off the ones that haven't been taken away. And he acknowledges you both as you enter the main area. I presume that the other two are sort of in the little foyer. The other four, in fact, are in the foyer. He just looks over at you and he's like, You're a little late for the service, but is there anything I can do for you?
Hi, Reverend Miller. I know it's been a while. I was actually hoping, like, we could talk to you. Would that be all right?
Yeah, I know it's been a while, but I understand that people have other things to do. And then, you know, people are getting busier and busier nowadays. But you can talk to me about anything you want.
I don't know. Like, lately I've been having these dreams, and it makes me have all these questions. Like, do you ever have, like, doubts about what you preach?
It's incredibly normal to have doubts about everything. He starts to, like, sit down at a pew and pats the pew next to you. Next to him, for you both to sit with him. As he speaks, he sort of, like, grasps his hands in his lap and looks up towards the cross in front of the stained glass window. Yeah, he's nodding, and he says, "Is there anything in particular that's been bothering you?"
What do you think really happens when people die?
Well, it's hard for us when advances in science like to try to disprove everything we believe in, but I have faith that when we pass away, we meet each other again. Maybe it's not in the same way as, like, what people think of as heaven being up in the clouds and in the sky, but maybe it's just a feeling or something like that. But I definitely don't think it's the end at all. And he's going to continue to sort of spout his beliefs about heaven. Meanwhile, the little troublemakers, the little thieving troublemakers, you're in the sort of foyer bit. There is, like, these heavy wooden and glass doors with, like, like glass windows that you can see in through to the main area. You can see that he's sat there with his back to you, as is Lamont, and Xian went in there as well, didn't she? Yep. Am I right in that?
He did.
Yeah. So all three of them are sitting on the pew, sort of looking towards the statue, at the cross as they speak. Theo, Anya, Cassandra, and Juniper, you're all in the foyer.
Alright, so Juniper, you're gonna stay in here. I don't know how quiet you can be. You're untested, so you stay there. Cass and Anya, do you reckon you can get your hands on some of the holy water?
You notice that the holy water is through the doors, but, like, to the left of the door itself, sort of attached to the wall, on the inside wall of the actual church proper.
I think we should split up. Have one person go for the holy water, maybe another one go for some sort of cross, a wooden cross.
Good idea. I was gonna go and swipe a few of the Bibles so we can all have one of those on us.
Then I'll get the cross.
I'll go get the holy water then.
Alright, so the holy water is closest to you. The Bibles are usually sort of kept at the front where the table is, sort of like in shelves underneath it. As are the hymn books as well. And for a cross, the only cross that you can see loose knocking around is the cross itself, the main cross at the front of the church. Like, the big wooden cross. So yeah, I think we'll have let's have a look here. As this is Snap for stealing some of the holy water, let's have flight of. Well, it depends. How are you going to do this? Have you got a container for it, or? Nothing?
Oh, sorry. I'm PTT. I forgot.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have a jar on me.
Uh-huh.
Maybe Theo would because he's prepared, but
Uh-huh.
I don't think I have the capacity to just take it.
Theo, are you able to produce a jar or
If
anything?
I say I can just pull a water bottle out my backpack,
You need to spend whatever
do
it
I need
says
to
for
do
your prepared
the?
strength.
If
Yeah.
I need to do that,
You have a
then
first
I can't
aid.
do that.
You have a first aid kit, so you would have maybe like a little like pill pop, the pill popping little capsule sort of thing. You'd have something like that with like maybe like painkillers in it or something. Yeah, so for a glass jar, you'd have to spend 2 adversity tokens to get adversity tokens, and you only have 1, so you can't use your prepared thing right now. But yeah.
Taking from that, Theo will pop this little capsule out, put pills in his hand, and then put them into his pocket, and just give you the little pill capsule. Every little helps, right?
Yeah, no, that'll work.
Alright, so you're going to swiftly get in there and swiftly scoop up some of the water. So roll I'd say a flight of 4.
Okay, great. I need to crit.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Now,
Oh dear.
The door creaks open into the main church area. And the Reverend sort of like looks around and he goes, "Oh, are more of your friends here?" He stands up and he says, "Welcome." And then he sort of like recognizes you and he says, "It seems to be my lucky day. Come, sit with us."
Yes. No, I was just looking for one of the Bibles. And then Anya will turn to Theo and just be like, "All right, change plans. You're grabbing the holy water." And she'll try and toss the bottle to Theo.
He says, "If you would, you can just do that. If you would like a Bible, feel free to borrow one." And he hands you one that was already sort of with all his pamphlets and things.
Reverend.
Yes?
I'm trying to do like a science thing. I'm trying to prove that God exists, and I think that, of course, the easiest way to do that is to look at the chemical stuff inside regular water and then compare it to holy water, and of course, find the secret element. I say it with a wink.
Alright. Snap charm, I'd say 6.
Okay. Oh. I need a crit.
Oh shit. Oh.
No.
I don't want you to think, well, you know that God isn't necessarily a material thing. It's like love. God is all around us, and he starts going off on this like thing of how God is like more of a feeling rather than the whole sort of thing. He's stuck in a lecture with him.
Wait.
As they're talking,
yeah.
As they're talking, Xian behind the pastor will pull out one of her firecrackers, light it, and throw it in the corner, and give Theo a moment's notice of distraction.
Oh,
If you remember in the last session, Xian got firecrackers from her father.
uh-huh.
And we're
I'm
setting
gonna-
them off in
I'm
a
gonna-
church.
I'm gonna while I'm behind the pastor, I'm gonna throw one in the corner and have it
The
set up.
cops called on us.
That's such an unnecessary distraction when surely the
It's also-
lecture is already the distraction.
Okay, as he's like, God is all around us. God's in our hearts, in our minds, in our all this fucking firecrackers goes off in the background. He literally holds his head and like ducks down beneath all the pews, and he's like, get down. As he's absolutely terrified, he literally drags Cassandra like down with him, and like looks all around, and like he grabs Xian as well because you're all nearby. He like moves his hands. He literally thinks this church is like getting shot up right now. In
the confusion, while he's down on the floor, Theo's gonna try and stealthily run over to the holy water.
Yeah, because there's no snap. You can just. I'm just gonna say you can do that because there's no challenge here.
Okay.
You can skip that up into the pillbox, and he's literally like shitting himself and he like telling y'all to be quiet and stuff. And he's like, we need to get to the phone and call the cops. And he's what do you do?
It worked.
He's terrified. He's like, he's literally shitting himself between these pews.
Well, I think it's stopped.
Oh
Reverend,
my!
what was that?
Reverend, I'm so sorry. One of my firecrackers from my science project today fell out of my pocket. One of us must have kicked it over there and set it off or something.
Way to throw us under the bus.
Wow! Oh my god, that is literally a charm 10 snap.
Oh man, I have a D4.
Yeah.
Oh, you need some explosions on this.
Oh, sorry, I accidentally set fire to a firecracker and threw it over in the corner. Oh,
He turns his eyes towards you and he gets this look of absolute disappointment and despair. And he stands up. He's visibly shaking with anxiety. And he sort of like tries to steady himself, and you see his like jaw sort of like squeeze as though he's like biting his teeth together. And he says, so you came here to make fun of me? Okay, I understand.
Father, they're trying to cover for me. No, Xian, Anya, guys, you don't need to. I'm just nervous about some things that are happening, and I wanted to be in here to try and feel God's influence on it, and I am nervous about talking about it, so they're trying to do all of this to distract for me.
Again, now it's charm 12. Snap.
Taking half wouldn't even do anything.
Snap anyway. Oh no, yeah, because you've got cooler pressure. Yeah. Oh my god! Right. He's just gonna quietly. He's quietly walking away from you all, and you see him walk into a back room. You hear him pick up the receiver of a phone. You hear 3 numbers get dialed.
Let's get out of here. Cassandra like runs out, gets onto her bike, and just pedals.
Ooh. Right. Okay. I need to make a few notes right now, so please RP amongst yourselves. You all run out of the church onto your bikes, and let's just have a little like in between scene for now. Whilst I write some shit.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Xian, why would you do that?
I was trying to be helpful.
Maybe you don't be so impulsive. Listen, he's not the monsters.
If we look on the bright side, at least we got some holy water. We got something for this vampire person.
Yeah,
We're
we
gonna
got
have a complete
unholy
shitstorm to deal with.
mess.
He did also
I
give me
think we're gonna have to deal with
Bible,
Officer
so-
Michaels.
Do you say you got the Bibles?
He did give me a Bible, yes.
I couldn't get the cross. Although I don't think I could have anyway. It was a bit high up.
Well, we got a plan to go for the Fishman now. So the vampire's gonna come later when we actually find her, so maybe we can get ourselves a cross before then. I'm sure one of your families might have one. You all
Do
seem
we
familiar
really-
with the father.
I mean, do we really think this would all work? I mean, like, let's presume that she's not an actual vampire because they aren't real. And think for a moment, like, would this woman... I mean, I know she goes to parties and lives, like, what the Reverend might call a rather sinful lifestyle, but I don't think she'd be that concerned on seeing a cross. And holy water, I mean, maybe it would mess her suede dress or something, but, you know,
I have an idea.
I'm all ears.
What if we use some of the chemicals and poison and put it in a drink?
What if someone drinks that drink who isn't a vampire?
Well, I mean, we could assume that this thing isn't aware of us knowing what it is. If one of us could identify it, then maybe we could hand the drink ourselves.
Well, on the complete flip side, just because something has never been seen before doesn't mean it can't be real. She might be a vampire, and maybe holy water would actually harm her. I think if she was drinking anything, it would be blood. So unless we plan to drink the toxic solution ourselves and then hand ourselves over to the vampire neck first, I don't.
So as you're all sort of cycling away from the church, sort of having this like breathy conversation, when you get to about here on Main Street, sort of over the river, you can hear a sort of strange cacophony of screeching voices, like screaming, shouting, and like a crowd of people all shouting at once.
Oh, crud.
Did we go see that?
I think we should.
I reckon it's one of our 4 guys. We start pedaling towards where the noise is coming from.
Alright. So over the river, obviously there are many little sort of pedestrian bridges that you can get to the main parkway. The park itself is very, very large, sort of like dog walkers park. And amongst, as you sort of like, your bike sort of like skid onto the gravel path from the road itself, you see that there's this like group of people just sort of like running off to the south. And like people with their dogs like trying to like pull their dogs on leads as the dogs have no idea what's going on. Some dogs are just jumping around in circles and all very scared and everything. And Lamont, you see Sam with Sparky on a lead. Sam's sort of very confused as she's quite further away from the crowd, not knowing as this crowd's darting towards her. The crowd seem to be coming from the sort of east... sorry, to you guys, it's the east side, but it's the west side on the map. Like sort of running in a southwest motion. Yeah, and she's sort of looking a bit confused, and she has the dog on the lead.
Lamont is instantly dropping his bike and just running straight for Sam and Sparky.
Mm-hmm. Make a flight snap. It'll be a flight snap 8. Nice! Yeah, you just go absolutely pounding it over towards her. You make it to her before the crowd does.
I'm scooping Sam up in one arm and Sparky up in the other.
Nice.
Or Lamont is, sorry.
No, yeah, it's fine. She as soon as she like lifts up into your arms, she's like, "What's going on? What's happening?"
I don't know, Sam. But we gotta move. We gotta get away from the crowd.
All right, you start running with her. Everybody else, what are you doing?
Cassandra's like got her binoculars out to get a closer look, and she's just gonna try and observe.
All right, okay. Roll me a brains 5.
Is it snap?
It's snap.
Well, I can
all
just take half.
This is snap right now.
Can I take half?
All of it's snap. Why can you take half?
I don't know how the rules work. That's how.
Yeah.
You can't take half.
Yeah, you can only take half when it's a planned decision. Like,
Okay, 18.
yeah, okay, right, yeah. So as you it goes into I can't say the word, but binoculars mode. 2 little camera circles go. You see Lamont scooping up Sam and the dog. You see the crowd as they're all running away, and they're looking behind them as they run. And as you turn your binoculars to the left, you see that from the sort of like duck pond area, you see this hulking wolf figure sort of grabbing up these ducks and just like eating them whole, like biting their heads off. The duck's like wings flapping in its mouth really, really quick, and it like looks like it's like drinking its blood, peeling its feathers off and just like chewing on the flesh, crunching up its bones, like spitting it out and chasing around, jumping into the water and grabbing another one.
Wolfman.
Well, shit. This isn't.
Guys,
isn't what we planned for.
my bike has silver on it.
No, Xian, this really isn't the time. If we're gonna go after that thing, it needs to be more planned than spontaneous.
But I mean, you have a point, but what if it goes after them?
What if it goes after us?
As you're speaking, it's sort of just like jumping further into the like little duck pond and like finding more ducks to grab, and it's sort of waded into a part where it's like got a lot of grass around it. You know, the long sort of stalks of grass that grow in ponds and things. So you can barely see it through the grass itself. The rest of the crowds have started to just run all the way down south to the bottom, and as they sort of like get further and further away, you see people are just running through the main entrance of the park, getting into cars and leaving and things like that. Loads more kids getting on their own bikes and running away. Some dogs are just free off the leash, just running around. Where are you taking Sam?
Over to the group, I guess.
So the group are like here at the north. So I'm just gonna put like little things. So the group's like here. Oh wait, can you even see that?
Hardly.
I don't know why it's like that.
Change colour.
Yeah. The group's like here. The Wolfman's like here. And the crowd are like here. And this is like the car park area where everyone's sort of getting into cars and leaving.
So I'm over by the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm taking Sam to the grocery store.
Mm-hmm. Alright. So you just can run across like a bridge that's like here or whatever. You pass the Moody Blues, which is sort of putting its signage out at this point. It's a cafe, people are still sitting outside there and whatever. And you notice that a few people have run through this street as well, and the people at the cafe are sort of looking a bit confused. But the scared people aren't really explaining anything, they're just running in fear. And you run with her to the grocery store, through the streets, and it's all very normal over here. People are just doing their own shopping, and no one has a clue what's going on. It's very bright and clinical all of a sudden as you walk in with this very clean, aisles of food and things.
I'm going straight to the cash register and being like, excuse me, please, I really need to use a phone. Is there a phone that I can use, please? It's an emergency.
Staring back at you is this very acne-ridden young teenage boy. He's like 19 or something, and he's just staring at you with his gawping mouth open, and he's like, "What's going on, dude? Phone? Why is it an emergency?"
There's something going on in the park. There's people running and screaming. Like, I really need to call my parents so that they can come get my little sister.
Alright. And he just sort of like really, really slowly, painfully slowly takes you to the back where an actual phone is. It's sort of like in a little office sort of thing. He sort of stands there staring at you, like, while you use it. All the while Sam is shaking. The dog's well confused.
Thank you. I'll only be a minute, I promise.
Whatever, man.
Okay, so Xian would be fastest on the bike, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Are you pulling the scene, Nathan? Do you want to have something now?
I was gonna suggest that we just try and drag it over to Poplar.
Are you saying this out loud?
No, but
Okay.
probably should be.
Well, we'll cut to you guys anyway. So yeah, Lamont picks up the phone. Doosh. Right, cut to you guys. Juniper is like staring at it, and her head goes down like very Kubrick stare style, and she has a little smile on her face as though she's about to fucking hunt this little bastard. You see that she kind of looks a bit feral when she does this. But it's funny because she's wearing Sam's clothes and Sam's little hat, like a little baseball cap.
Xian, you're fastest on the bike, correct?
Yes.
Do you think you can take this thing from here to Poplar without it catching up to you?
Yeah.
That's
It's a wild
risky.
animal. If anything, I can. Yes, but also risky is other people getting killed because of our mistakes, Cass.
I just don't like an idea that it's so risky that we could get killed too.
I don't like how risky it is either, Xian.
Theo?
Juniper says,
I could come with you.
meaning like on the bike.
That's what I was going to suggest, actually. If I have the person who knows most about these. Plus, it is a wild animal after all.
With the intelligence
if
of
it
a
gets
man.
anywhere... Yes, but even a man would not like a firecracker to the face. I mean,
Didn't you just blow your firecrackers up in the Methodist church?
No, he gave me several.
I mean,
I wouldn't
Juniper also
waste
has
all of
fire
them.
magic, correct?
She smiles deeply at that.
I think... I know you guys don't like it. And I don't like it either, honestly, but maybe it's something we gotta do. And we don't have much time.
Well, there's two ways that this can go wrong. One, it catches up to you while you're on the bike, and two, it doesn't take the bait and it comes for us instead. I don't think we have any better plans right now, but we should probably have something in place just in case it doesn't bite for Xian on the bike. Theo's going to take rope out of his backpack, which he has, tie like a noose knot in the end of it.
Uh-huh.
I have no idea if any of us could get close enough behind it to slap this around it. But if we're going,
you're a cowboy.
Do you
Well, if
have any
I nail
weapons?
this, I could.
Do you have any
Weapons?
weapons, Theo? Just, I mean, the best I could try to defend myself as best as I can.
All I got's this tiny thing, but if you get close enough with this, it's already gonna eat you. I pull out a Swiss Army knife.
Juniper. Xian calls Juniper's name very, very quietly. Sweat bulleting down her forehead.
Mm-hmm. She looks at you.
Hop on the bike, please.
You get on. She jumps on the back. I can hear myself.
Cassandra's going to spend an adversity point to use her intuitive ability. Does the wolf guy... Is he faster than Xian? You have to answer honestly.
He has he's the same as Xian.
Wait, they both have a flight of 20?
Yes.
Oh,
This is going to be really risky, Xian.
only one that can do it.
Stay safe.
Yes.
And if you see it coming close to you, just keep cycling faster. If you don't see it for a second, don't stop cycling. It's probably like being sneaky or something.
I love all of you. Get going.
All right. You start pedaling towards it. Yeah. Are you gonna
No,
make some noise and then?
Yeah, I would. Xian would take like a rock off the ground, throw it at the thing, and then be like, "You big dumb hairy thing," and then get on her bike and go.
All right, roll that flight. There's not a DC because it'll be against it because it's a contest. Right. You start pedaling, right? The wind flowing through your hair. You feel Juniper's hands around your waist as she's sort of like laughing as you go as fast as you can. Your little Converse shoes just on the pedals. And you didn't even when you got its attention, you saw it like it literally turned around to you with this half a duck hanging out of its mouth, spits the duck out into the water, and just starts scrambling up the banks of this lake. You pedal like your life depends on it all the way down like sort of this route here, and as soon as you get onto the gravel you feel like the sort of like of the gravel under your wheels, and you hear the of the claws in the ground as it's gaining on you, and you just have tunnel vision of this path where you're cycling down as fast as you can. As soon as you get to this corner here, you make a really, really hard turn, and you go skidding off. You fly off your bike. You and Juniper both go rolling against the curb side here, and the wolf comes towards you, gets on you, and he's going to try and grab you. And not only is he going to try and grab you, he's going to try and actually hurt you, like he's attacking you right now. You can either roll flight, fight, or brawn. Now, fight would be to fight back. Flight would be to try and run away. Brawn would be to try and be hardy against it and just like sort of defend yourself, if that makes sense. Like, so
It's
if you,
basically a contested grapple.
yeah, pretty much. But he's fighting against you, and the fight is an 8, and it's obviously snap. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I am going to. In the heat of the moment.
Oh, your mic is absolutely terrible right now.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
In the heat of the moment, you're going to.
I pause. I didn't sneeze again. So. In the heat of the moment, Xian is going to like use flight to roll out of the way.
All right.
Do I have to
Just
spend
saying.
adversity tokens beforehand?
You
You
can
can
use
spend
them.
it after you see the result.
Yeah.
Exploded! Exploded!
Explosion!
Yes. All right. You have
Not 20 explodes.
you have full narrative control for you and Juniper and the werewolf right now, but you're obviously not going to attack it back because you're running away. But yeah. How does the scene go?
Xian on the fly as this werewolf
Oh shit.
goes to
Sorry.
down on
Wait. Before you continue,
Can't
Jason.
hear a single thing,
Right,
Jason.
Jason, will
Swallow
you
your
disconnect and connect again because it's so bad. But I want you to have. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. I really want. Right. Okay. Speak for a minute.
Hello?
Yes, that's so much better. Right.
Uh-oh.
You've got the scene.
Okay. As this werewolf bears down on Xian, she rolls out of the way, and on the fly yanks out the firecrackers and throws them at the werewolf to distract it, using the last of them. And they go like, and the werewolf holds up its arm to shield itself from the blast, and we get on our bike and continue going.
Nice. All right, because you're continuing and you didn't fully make it there, we're having another flight contest because obviously it's going to run after you once more.
Don't fail.
Now you're flying along on your bike. To be honest, it were an explosion, so you know what? Fuck it. You're flying along on your bike, and it's very disorientated. And we're not going to do another flight check because that were an explosion. It was a massive win. So yeah, you make it all the way to Poplar Court. The sort of the little the trailer park people are all sort of very confused as you're extremely like scared and cycling as fast as you can whilst Juniper's laughing. And you rock up with like a nice skid to the gates of the place, which are still open. The same sort of like width that you opened them in the first place. You turn around to look towards the street, and at the very end of the street you see the werewolf on all fours like cantering towards you. What do you do?
I'm going to let it charge me. I'm going to explain exactly what my plan is. As it charges me, I'm going to dodge out of the way, close the door, and take the chains that I never said I let go of, and relock the door.
You did throw the
You've
chains
been holding these chains all time.
No, the chains are in the garden because you did throw them in the garden of the
That's
place.
right. I snatched the chains on the way up to the gate.
Yeah. Okay. So you've gone through the garden gate, the main iron gates, right? You've gone through those into the garden. You pick up the chains, and what are you doing? Opening the double doors to the basement.
Yeah, I'm standing in the entrance, and as this thing approaches me, I'm going to tell Juniper to get ready.
All right.
To help me.
Juniper is just bouncing with glee at this as you've obviously slipped in through the gates because you're big enough to do so, but the gates literally just like slam open on like a really, really wide angle and like smash against the rest of the iron fence as it's just crawling up towards you at this massive pace. It's literally coming straight at you. You have the chains in your hand. You're standing in front of the double doors that are wide open to the basement. What are you gonna do? Dodge as it comes at you?
I'm gonna use flight to like as it swipes at me. I'm gonna roll and have Juniper close the doors.
Okay, brilliant. So it'll be flight versus his fight. If you succeed, he's going to obviously miss and fall in. It's a 9.
Oh, God.
Whoa.
Oh.
He rugby tackles you, and that difference is a difference of 7.
Oh, God.
Oh.
How many
Can
adversity
I use-
tokens do you have?
I have 4.
Okay, then the 7 is a margin. If you can knock it to 6, it'll be a little bit less. Basically, there's the difference between 4 and 6, the difference between 7 and 9. So 7 is like a new category. If you only use one, you'll knock it down to between 6 and 4. But you won't. If you used all of them, you wouldn't get it to 3. I don't think. Would you?
No, it's 3.
Oh
9
yeah,
to
you can.
6.
If you use all of them, you can get it to 3. Is that correct? 2, 3,
Yes.
4, 5, 6. Oh yeah. Right, okay. So if you use all of them, you'll get it to. It'll still be
That's
a
what I'm gonna
loss.
do.
It'll still be a loss, but it'll be a temporary harm.
But you need it.
Yeah. Okay. You use all of them then.
Wait, did you factor in the one that you got from this one, or no?
Yeah, that you just fell off your bike.
No, I meant from the actual loss of the
This
thing,
very
'cause I
one.
don't think you get that one.
Oh, yeah.
You don't-
I
you
mean,
get the-
it wouldn't
you
make a
get the one from
difference,
the
I don't
9 to
think.
2.
No.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just asking if it changes it from 3 to 4 or 4 to 5.
No, you'd use the 4 now and then keep the leftover 1 as 1.
No, yeah, because it's not being fully calculated yet.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Right, okay. So, you use all 4, and as it comes barreling towards you, it with its sort of long claws that have like grown out of its hands, slashes at you. And as it passes, it sort of you twist your body round with these chains and sort of like slam onto the back of it and wrap around it as it falls down into the open doorway. But as it does, it scratches all along your arm, tearing your clothes open, and sort of like a huge gash appears on your arm, and it struggles, breaks free of the chains. It's like rolled down the stairs a little, so it's like midway on the staircase to the basement itself. You're standing there above it on the outside with this huge bleeding arm. It's looking at you like. Juniper's gonna sort of grab one of the doors and try and help you to shut them. So I'll give you a +3 to a +2 to a brawn to get these heavy doors shut in time before it lunges again.
A +2 to brawn?
Yeah,
Or
yes.
will you...
A +2 to brawn.
Okay.
So when you roll it and it says modifiers, you can add a 2 to that. Or just add a 2 anyway, it doesn't really matter if you add it. You know what I mean? Right, so that's a 5. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't even say the DC was literally the DC was only like a 4. So yeah, you just put these doors closed, but the chain...
Oh, no,
That's
that's
the +2, by the
that
way.
is a +2.
Oh, that's with the
So it's
+2.
failed.
Oh shit, sorry, it's a fail. Yeah, you're trying your hardest to like shut these doors.
I'm gonna use my last adversity token to bring that up.
Hey, nice, right,
Yes.
nice. Okay, yeah. As soon as you shut them, and you and Juniper both like lay on top of it, and you can feel it's like against the doors. You can feel that it's not secure at all. Like if you let go, it's probably going to burst out again, and the chains are inside there because you did lose the. When you lost and got the scratch, you did lose that, so you've lost the chains to actually secure it.
Okay, I'm going to... On the count, I'm going to look over to Juniper.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long shot, but when I say go, I don't know how you do it, but the fire powers, use them.
She says,
I'm really strong and I can just hold him down.
and when like you lift your body off, you see that she's like actually holding it with one hand where both doors meet. And lifts her other hand away and like does a little like jazz hand with the left hand, like see. And as it's like bumping away underneath it, you can see she's not putting a lot of effort into holding the door closed at all.
I'm going to use my adversity token to bring that up.
Okay, yeah. As soon as you shut them, and you and Juniper both like lay on top of it, and you can feel it's like
Hey, thank you. I'm going to run over to those people from earlier.
To the trailer park people?
Trailer park people that are close by.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to search the ground for like... I'm going to grab like bricks from the garden.
Mm-hmm. Alright, okay.
And start plastering them in front of the door.
Yeah. You can just do that, because you know that there's a lot of shit around this house, like I told you before. There's, like, planks of wood, all that kind of shit.
Yeah, I'm going to bar the door with a plank of wood, and then reinforce that with bricks.
Nice. Yeah, you can just do that, because Juniper's just there, holding it shut anyway. It's like when you're trying to wrap a gift, and someone's holding the paper for you. Yeah, and you can spend a little bit of time to do that. Meanwhile, Lamont is on the phone.
Lamont is calling. Lamont is gonna call his dad.
Alright. Let me just get some not shitting yourself music on for a second.
Too late. Too fucking...
Yeah. Doop.
That was intense.
That was so scary.
As soon as I saw that first loss, I was like, oh fuck,
Right?
I thought you were gonna die.
Legit. Hello?
Dad, there's something going down at the park. We're at the grocery store. I need you to come get us, okay? I have Sam and Sparky, but there's something really bad going on.
Lamont, it's you? Oh. He says, okay, well, it sounds like there's an emergency, but I just want to let you know that your mom is extremely disappointed at you. Okay, we can talk about that later. And, he's like, where are you? The house?
Yeah, we're at house. Dad, no, you have to believe me. Like, I didn't... I don't know what went wrong at the church today, if that's what you're talking about.
We'll talk about it later. He just clicks the phone off. Sam's just staring at you, like...
What was that thing?
Hey, something bad, Sam. You need to stay inside as much as you can, okay? Because I don't know everything, but all I know is that there are some scary things going on right now, okay? I'm not telling you this to try and scare you. I want to keep you safe. You understand me?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's just holding onto the leash, just like wringing her hands a little bit. Like she don't believe. It's like when someone thinks they're dreaming. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Mom and Dad are probably not gonna understand or really believe everything that we saw today, but I saw it, you saw it. We know what we saw, right?
I don't think I saw anything. I just saw people screaming and running, and so I guess that there's probably something really scary. Like a killer on the loose?
Right. Exactly like that. You need to safety in numbers. You need to make sure that anytime you go to school, when you're walking to school, that you're staying with either with me or with a bunch of your friends. You don't go to the park by yourself. Don't go unless you're with Mom and Dad. Just there's something bad going on.
Well,
and I want to make sure.
If there's a killer on the loose, then we need to call the police.
You know what Dad says about the police. I don't know that they would necessarily Officer Michaels never... You're too little to understand. I don't know that there's anything that they can do about this kind of killer.
She's again just really, really nervous.
But we're I'm not gonna let anything bad happen to you, okay? That's why I'm telling you this. I'm not trying to scare you. I just want to make sure that you're safe.
Okay. All right.
You sort of like hold her hand for a bit, and you sit and wait. And the sort of spotty teenage kid is literally like staring at the whole situation, and he's like, "All right, do we need to do something?" And he's like, "If there's a killer on the loose, I don't really want to be here." I'm gonna tell my boss. And he's just like, he's about to leave the room. He just walks out. And as you're sort of like looking from the office area, you see through the big like sort of glass windows, your dad's car just rocks up. You see that he's sort of staring forwards through the windscreen as he like sort of peep, what's the word? Like does his horn, like with a little beep.
Honks his horn?
Yeah, that's the one. I was thinking of like peeps his horn for some reason. Like beeps, that's the one. Yeah, he beeps his horn and he doesn't look happy at all.
Lamont just wordlessly scoops Sam back up into his arms and just kind of holds her really close and carries her out to the car and pops her into a seat, and he's got Sparky's leash in the other hand and makes sure Sparky hops up into the seat all right and gets into the front seat next to his dad.
He drives sort of almost wordlessly back to the house, but as he sort of pulls up into the drive, he pulls the sort of brake, turns around in size, and he says, what's going on with you?
What do you mean?
He looks disappointed, and he's sort of like, he's got really nice sort of like dark eyes, and he sort of like looks out of the other window, and he swallows a little bit because he can't quite believe the call that they got earlier. And he's like, at the church, apparently you and your friends let off a firecracker in...
Hey, I had no idea that was going to happen. I really had nothing to do with that. I had some questions. You know, it's been a while since we've been, and we just lost Grandma last summer, and it hit me a little bit harder than I want to admit. And, you know, Theo wanted to go too. You know, Theo's been having some problems, and I swear to you that I did not know that was going to happen. I would have told Reverend Miller the same thing myself, but I didn't have a chance.
I'm gonna say this is a snap charm, and the DC will be 10 because he's mad. Oh, nice. He puts his like sort of palm, like the heel of his hand to his chin, and like presses against it and like rubs his stubble a little, and he turns to you and he says, "No, I know it's been hard, and it's been hard for me too. You know, I spent a lot of time, you know, playing the sax, and I've kind of been lost in it, and maybe I've been feeling a little bit like a little bit alone myself. He sort of glances over to Sam in the back seat, like aware that he said something that might disturb her childhood innocence of parents and things. He says, it's your mum's mum, the grandma. And he just says, I think your mum's been doing something similar, but just with work. I'll speak with her, and I'll let her know. I believe you. It's I don't think you would have ever done something like that anyway. But what was all that commotion about anyway? You feel like he's obviously been in a little sort of spaced out fish bubble, and he's not really paid attention to like people in the streets or anything like that. He hasn't heard any news since just driving over to you, so he doesn't really know what the fuck's happened at the park.
I didn't fully see everything myself, but I think there's some sort of... And at this point, Lamont kind of leans in so as to not, disturb Sam any further. I think Sam is kind of worn out and sort of leaned up against the... leaning, kind of almost dozing against the side of the car with Sparky in her lap. There's some sort of murder or something at the park. Everyone was running and screaming. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't been passing by and gotten to Sam and Sparky in time. It was absolute chaos.
He, again, is inclined to believe you now, and he looks very seriously at you, and he says, well, let's just stay at home for a while and be safe. I don't think you're going to school tomorrow if that's the case. I'll speak to your mother, and we'll see if anything comes up on the news. I guess if something like that's been happening, then plenty of people would have called the cops. And he sort of like rolls his eyes at that. And again, with your sort of the fact that it's the 80s and the treatment of certain people would probably not really trust the police as much. They don't really have a lot of faith in authority at all, especially if they were the ones to report it. So he sort of like shirks that semi sort of responsibility of knowing about something like this. If that happened, it'd be reported by now. So he says, let's get Sam inside, and he sort of like pats you on the shoulder and gives it a squeeze, and he says, thanks for being honest with me. It means a lot.
Yeah. Thanks for always being in my corner, Dad.
Meanwhile, at the park, you guys, Theo, Anya, and Cassandra have seen. The last thing you saw was Xian just belting it off on a bike. You didn't see a fall or anything like that. You have no idea what's happened to her. You don't know where they're up to or anything like that. You've just seen her belt it off. And you're at the park. There are still people sort of like running around and things like that, but most of them have sort of left, and yeah. What are you up to? Or what do you want to do?
Well, we should all just chase after Xian straight away, shouldn't we, guys? Start pedaling, unless anyone has another idea.
No,
No,
that sounds
Cassandra's
about
first
right.
on a bike.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think any of us are.
Hmm?
I don't think any of us are fast on the bike, but I think
Oh
we
no,
just
she's
follow it.
first on the
Oh
bike.
yeah, first.
Like she's jumping
Okay.
straight to it.
Okay, right. So you pedaled after the werewolf and Xian, but they'd both like gone well out of sight. As you know, Xian is absolutely a whip on that bike. So you would have got to sort of like halfway along the trail. Sorry, trail. I always say trail instead of trail. I'm sorry about that. Halfway along the trail. Yeah, you would have seen a scuffle at the bottom, and then you would have seen her get back up and start pedaling off again. So you noticed that that there was some sort of scuffle happen. But by the time you get to the sort of trailer park area, that's when you sort of notice that the bike is sort of on the street outside of the gates, and you can see far off in the distance, obviously, both figures, like Juniper holding the thing down and Xian putting everything on top and things like that. And you rock up just as Xian's sort of like dusting her hands, and Juniper like sort of very tentatively lifts her hand. Sorry, there's a lot of noise. Yep, tentatively lifts her hand away, looks at it for a minute, and then she just like releases like and you all make it to each other.
Before they get there,
Mhm.
Xian says, do you think it'll hold?
Cassandra's gonna use her powers of deduction to figure out if it will hold.
Oh no, I was asking that to Juniper.
Oh right, never mind, sorry.
Yeah, she just shrugs. She's like,
I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
I mean, you could probably handle it from here, right?
Well, we need to go inside when we get them all together, because I have like little tiny jail cells for each one of them. But you see, the thing is, well, before, when they all escaped, I sometimes let them out of their jail cells because I like to practice fighting and things. So it might be best to like go inside the house and try and get them in the jail cells, but we can do that when we have them all. But maybe not through here anymore.
and she points at the door. Obviously the basement door is like out of action now because you've kind of, you can't really open it whilst someone's still in there. The rest of the entrances are all like sort of boarded up and the windows are boarded up and stuff, so you have to find other ways to get the monsters in.
As you guys walk up, you see Xian turns around. She's obviously scared, but there's just a little bit more of like, holy shit, I can't believe I just did that on her face.
Mm-hmm.
With a giant gash on her arm, probably like dirt smudging her face. And she wipes her hands, walks up to you four, and says, I trapped the werewolf.
You crazy son of a gun. You actually did it?
Yeah, did
I
I do okay?
I was so scared.
Oh, okay. Theo, while you're saying that you're so scared, Theo is just gonna grab Xian and lift her up as if it's her bar mitzvah, and just kind of be like, I told you that this would all fall apart if you weren't here. That's amazing. I mean, as Cass says, yeah, we were all pissing ourselves just with fear about what you were going to do, but I knew we had the right person for the right job.
We should probably get to the school and take care of the fish man, right?
Yeah, totally, but I think we need to take care of you first. Are I'm going to see you got scratched by the werewolf
Yeah,
on its descent down, didn't you?
it's pretty. It's not super deep, but it's deep enough that it would probably need just like some touching up.
Yeah, well, at least we can stop you bleeding before we go and get anything worse happening over here. I'm just going to pull out bandages from my backpack and start wrapping your arm up.
As you do that, they look at the rest of the group and they quietly rendition the entire fight and the chase and the fight and how that all went down.
Mm-hmm. And as you're discussing it, Theo, you hear,
Come in. Come in.
Oh, shit.
It's Zara.
Everyone, this is Zara from the gas station. Come in, Zara. This is Theo.
Hi. I just want to let you know that Xian's mum's been in here and she's pissed.
Theo's gonna take the walkie-talkie away from the communal thing from that, put it to his ear. She's pissed.
Oh yeah, she's looking for her. She came in here and was like, have you seen Xian? And I'm like, I don't even hang out with her. And she was like, well, if you see her, you gotta let her know to come home straight away. And she looked mad. What's happened?
There's been a few complications. We haven't even got to the rumors of the fish person yet that you were talking about, but we did manage to find somebody else.
Really? Oh, whoa! What was it?
Well, I don't have much time to get into details, but Xian herself managed to take away a wolfman from the streets.
A wolfman? Really? Whoa. You're kidding me,
I'll tell you,
right?
you'd only believe it if your eyes saw it, but you can now, because we took care of it.
What's a wolfman doing around here?
I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I do know what you should be on the lookout for, actually. So have you ever heard of vampires before?
Duh. Who hasn't?
Well, if you start hearing a lot more about them anytime soon, that's one thing I'm going to want to know about. You're my eyes and ears out here, so
All
I'm
right.
sure if somebody bumps into one, they'll mention it at the gas and go.
Well, what shall I... I'll just, chop up a bunch of this garlic. I'll sprinkle some garlic.
Yeah,
I'll sprinkle garlic around the gas station. It's fine. I'll be okay.
I mean, I didn't even think about the vampire going to a gas station, but I think you're quite safe from that. But just in case, yeah, the garlic's a good idea.
Oh, my dad's coming. Sorry, bye.
And, yeah, she clicks it off. Yeah.
Right, so guys, we should definitely go and do this fishman thing next. Get rid of him. No particular reason, but we probably shouldn't take any of the main roads. Just because, they're probably going to be clogged with everybody running away from the Wolfman.
No particular reason.
Are you sure? I'm assuming that Xian would have heard that first thing about her mom because you did not put it on. For the
Oh,
first time.
yeah. You heard the first thing about the mom, and then Theo pulled it away, pretending he was all cool and smooth.
My mom's mad, isn't she?
Your mom's looking for you, but I think that's just because, everybody's running around town saying there's something weird going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Xian, I think your mom's pissed.
I figured as much. I say we go do our original plan. We won't get another chance for this fish man during the school week.
We can't go without Lamont.
Lamont went to take Sam somewhere safe, so Lamont's probably all the way back at his house now.
Yeah.
Maybe we should go get him.
Well, I think probably best might be for me to go home.
Xian, the way that your mom sounds, if you go home, there's no way that you're ever coming out of your home again for months. And we don't have months. In
Unless
fact,
we
I
did
think
do
if
it on
any
a
of us,
school day.
if we wait for the school day to start, then anyone who's got swim in the morning is going to be,
Oh, yeah.
you know, I actually think any of us stepping foot in Park Place is going to be bad, because I think all of our parents have probably got the same phone call.
Well, what do you guys say we sleep at the treehouse tonight?
I don't think that's a good idea. I think my mom will kill me if I don't come home.
I think your mom will kill you either way.
I'd rather not risk, just staying out.
It's
I
true.
say,
Xian kind of looks a bit frustrated, and then they shake their head and they say, "Right, well, I'm gonna sleep in the treehouse. I know it's probably gonna make things worse for me, but
Xian, you can't be sleeping in the treehouse, at least not on your own, when we got stuff wandering the streets.
Juniper will sleep with me, right? Right, Juniper?"
Uh-huh.
She looks really
Yeah,
happy at
that's
the prospect of this.
Me and Juniper can have a sleepover in the house.
Oh, yeah! Oh, a sleepover? I've never had a sleepover before.
If, like you said, Theo, if I go back home, I'm not gonna be able to help you guys. And you also said that you don't know what you would do without me. So, plus I have the bomb for the fish man. So, I'm thinking about rescuing everybody and then accepting my punishment as it comes.
It's not just you. We all got to face the wrath of our parents at the end of this. But we still got a bit of daylight. We can go after the fishman now before we have to make any decisions about how grounded we're going to be.
Yeah, it's literally
And-
like 1 p.m.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Xian feels like it's not. She's ready to go to bed.
Mhm.
But she
I'm
nods.
tired from
they
all that
nod.
cycling.
I'm exhausted, honestly. That thing was very fast.
Well, if we're not going to go home anytime soon, which I advise against doing because none of us can deal with being grounded right now, we need to find a way to get Lamont back out. Because we're not going to be able to tackle this fish without him.
We could try and smuggle him out.
That is an option.
I mean, no one knows where Lamont is. Like, Lamont just ran off with Sam, remember?
We've assumed that he's gone home.
Yeah,
He
he's
would
he's
come
gone
home,
home,
though.
sure.
I mean, if we want to get him, that means sneaking past all of our own houses to get to Lamont's. But we can do it.
Well, Lamont's is like the first one in
Mhm.
Park Place anyway.
Yeah, it's this one.
I mean, if it was me or you that we were going to save, that'd be risky. But we don't have to go past any of our houses unless we take the long way for some reason.
Well, I probably phrased that wrong, to be fair. But I'm assuming that all of our parents are out looking for us if Xian's is. But you are right. That's a good point. Lamont is closer to get to, so we go in, we go out.
Besides, if our parents are looking for us, well, there's places bikes can get to you that cars can't.
Alright, so you're heading over to Lamont's in a sneaky fashion.
Fugitives on the run.
Alright. What's the sort of general route that you're going to take?
The way past Pizza Pins, Hell's Grocery Store, Gas and Go, and then to...
Okay. Let's have, let's all have flights of 4, for general sort of, like, sneaking around through, like, thinner alleys and things.
the snow.
No, it's planned.
We'll take half.
I'll just take a 10.
Mm-hmm.
Does this relate to being a ranger?
No. I don't think it does. I think the ranger thing is, like, for projectiles, isn't it?
Yeah, most
isn't-
likely.
Yeah.
is it?
Damn.
Let's have a look at the ranger
I
thing.
mean, you could argue that Anya would plan out the route for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but would it also not be park ranger?
It would. I mean, no.
But
I
because
mean,
I just thought that Anya was like
If I
into law.
planned it out, would that be organization? No, it still wouldn't.
Mm-mm. Let's have a look here.
Oh, bless you. Trying so
I'll take
hard
the
to
3.
use that skill.
If you actually,
I'll
you-
take the 3 so I can. get
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
lucky.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. You could take the 3 and add a. And
Nah,
no, you can't
I'd
do that.
rather
Yeah,
just fail.
you actually can't do that. When you take half, you can't add.
Well, no, I can't take half because I have a D4.
Oh yeah, fuck. All right. Oh, sorry, you'd rolled some. Oh right, okay, right, yeah, you've rolled. I didn't even see. I was
take
in
my
the rules.
3, I'll fail.
Nice. Okay, so you take the fail, right? Okay, so everyone's cycling along through the streets and everything. And Anya, your bike starts to make like a bit of a sort of squeaking sound as you're going along, and it does draw a little bit of attention from passing people. And you sort of like stop to like try and like sort it out, like the chains like rattling a little bit. And as you look up, you see a car driving along a street just as you're about to turn into a sort of passageway. And you see that it is your mum. Make a flight to. I'd say just make a flight to. She's gonna do a contested flight, and you're probably gonna have the same. Ooh. She passes by. Yeah. Okay. You immediately zip down through the passageway. She didn't see you, but other people have. Like, just generally as you were going along, you know what I mean? Alright.
Yeah.
So if she were to find... Basically, the whole consequence of that was, if she was to ask anyone nearby, they'd say that they've seen you in which direction you were going. Okay. But she didn't see you herself. And you make it to Lamont.
If she saw me, this thing is done.
She's really fucking, like, obsessed with your success as well, isn't she? So, yeah. And she hates your friends. So, okay, you make it to Lamont's. The house is sort of, like, all shut up, obviously. The dad's not outside anymore, and, you know, it almost looks like no one's home. Save for, like, a light on in the living room.
Theo's gonna like sneak up to the windows and look into the living room.
Make a flight. And the flight's gonna be quite high because you're looking in through your living room window. A flight of 10.
Oh.
Yeah, as you like put your head towards the window, like you sort of bump your nose against the glass, and Lamont's mum immediately like looks towards you as they're all sitting in the living room, like having a conversation. Like it looks like it's quite a deep conversation, quite a deep family conversation. You can see that Sam is like really sad and crying and everything, and the mum literally flies to the door, like opens it, but it's on a chain, so it's like opened like a sort of like, I don't know, 15 centimeters wide, and she peeps out and she says, Theo,
Hey, I'm sorry to disturb you, Mrs.
Liz,
Daniels.
look, Lamont can't come out today, and he's not going to school tomorrow either. I advise that you go straight home. Yeah, Lamont's told us all about what happened. You need to go home.
You see, Mrs. Daniels, that's why I'm here. I was wanting to speak to Lamont about what had happened, because I think there's been some confusion.
What kind of confusion?
Well, I'm sure you know that everybody in the middle of the park in town, they were all running around. There was some panic. Some people were saying things were being killed and there was blood at the park and stuff. It turns out it was just a loose animal. I wanted to tell Lamont that it's been caught now. He seemed quite shook up, so I don't want him panicking.
I'm gonna say snap charm 12 because they believe Lamont strongly.
Well, can I say before that? I was gonna interject and be like, yeah, and it attacked me, and she's gonna unwrap her bandage to show the gash wound.
All right, okay. Snap charm 10 for Theo because of that. Because it still could have been a killer. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Theo is blissfully unaware of what Lamont has told them as well, so that's why I'm kind of going with that.
Oh no.
She as soon as she sees Xian's wound, she opens a latch on the door and looks around, sees all of you out there, and she's like, "Get inside right away!" And she just like huddles you all inside. Lamont, your friends are here. One of them is injured, and she. Again, the dad gets up, gets them frozen peas. I'm telling you now, them frozen peas come in handy all the time. But as he like comes towards, he's like, "Oh, this is deep." She said, the mum says, "And Theo's trying to tell me that it was a loose animal. Now I want the truth now."
Theo, is that right? Was it an animal?
It was a wolf.
Yeah, it was a wolf. They don't know where it must have come from.
Do you think I was born yesterday? Says the mum. I could see right through your faces, every single one of you. Now, Lamont told us the truth. I know it. I trust my own son.
I didn't, like I told you, I didn't see what it was. And that's the truth. That's what I told you. That all I know is what people were kind of
Miss
saying.
Daniels, from my perspective, when I saw it, I mean, Lamont just saw a commotion. He saw all the running. He was first in, he grabbed Sparky. He grabbed his little sister. And he was straight out. I mean, Lamont doesn't have eyes in the back of his head. We were there for a little bit longer. We saw. I mean, I've got my binoculars. And I showed my binoculars. And we saw it. It was a wolf. It might have been a cougar. I don't know the difference.
Snap charm 5.
Oh god. I'm so
Can I help? Can I be like, can I corroborate the story?
To help, you can give adversity tokens after the result.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, this is so bad. Oh, I'm
No.
not telling.
I'm gonna give.
Wait, what's the DC?
5. Yeah.
I'm gonna give. I can give however many I want, right?
as many of you have.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna give. Well, let's see. Because Lamont is loyal,
Mm-hmm.
each of the adversity tokens you spend to help friends gives them a +2
Mm-hmm.
instead of a +1.
Hey,
I forgot about that.
Nice.
Only needs 2.
Lamont saving me.
So I'm gonna use 2 adversity tokens and be like, Mom, Dad, it's true. I didn't see what was really going on. All I was focused on was getting Sam and Sparky out of there. It was the only thing in my mind. As soon as I saw the crowd panicking and saw Sam there alone, I wasn't thinking straight. I wasn't thinking about anything else.
She puts her hand to her forehead as though she just can't handle this shit any longer, but she like breathes a little bit and so a loose animal? She's sort of like looking mostly at Cassandra and Anya, and Theo, and kind of not really looking at Lamont as much because it's almost like you're on her team anyway. You know what I mean? Like she gets it. But she wants to know what they actually saw. So, what does it look like? Like a bear or something? Like a cougar?
It was big and hairy. I mean, there were so many people running. Couldn't get a clear line of sight on it. I mean, I could, but, people's heads getting in the way. All I knew is that it was, biting up the ducks and, well, it could have bit up anyone.
At that point,
Xian-
a knock comes to the door. And she's just like, oh, goes to the door, opens it. It's Officer Michaels.
Oh!
Oh shit.
He's wearing his like Stetson, he's got his thumbs in his belt
no.
loops. And he goes, Mrs. Daniels, I don't want to frighten you or anything, I just want to warn you about, there seems to be an escaped animal on the loose. Just keep your wits about you. I'd like it if you made sure that when your kids walk to school, that they walk hand in hand. Maybe you'd like to escort them, take a couple of days off work until we find it. That you just overhear this conversation. Her eyes are like wide and things, and she just thanks him and gives him a nod, and you see that he just like saunters off down the driveway and like he goes to the next house sort of thing. And she looks around at you all and she says, "Oh, I'm sorry. She then goes to Xian and she starts to try and care for her wound and things, and it seems you've got away with this. They believe that it's an animal.
I'm gonna ask, or Xian asks, her to confirm the story to Xian's mom.
She says, "Oh, of course. I guess maybe perhaps a lot of rumors have been traveling around, and maybe she might have heard some strange version of it. Now that we know, especially from the officer, how about I call all of your parents and let them know that you're here? Then they won't worry." So she goes to the phone and she starts making some calls. She calls Xian's house, and as soon as the receiver picks up, and she says your name, you just hear blah 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 down the phone.
You're shouting in Chinese.
And you no, that wasn't my impression of that. That was that.
No, didn't mean it.
Don't.
I was just
No.
I was just being funny.
No, that was just because it's through the receiver and you hear the frequency.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I know.
That was the...
Okay, good. Good. Yeah, she's just shouting on the phone, and you hear her sort of like trying to calm her down. She tells the story, and that you're safe here and all that. She calls up Anya's mum. Quieter voice, you don't hear as much on that. She tells her a similar story. She calls Theo's house. Cassandra's house. that seems like a much simpler conversation.
It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and she does look over and she sort of puts her hand over the receiver and says, also, your mom said that your that dinner will be ready at 5. So, and then, and then she rings Theo's house, and it rings, and it rings, and there's no answer. Well, maybe she's just busy.
Yeah.
Did she say that she was going anywhere today?
Did she say she was going anywhere today?
Yeah, she had her athletic outfit on this morning. She was going for a run.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, she was going out somewhere today, actually. I should probably go and find where she is. Just make sure she's all right with everything that's going on. She won't even have a clue about the wolf on the loose.
Mom, would it be okay if, I mean, safety in numbers, would it be okay if we all went with Theo?
She says, I'd prefer it if you just all stayed here until we get the all clear from the officer. If there's an animal on the loose, then you don't know what it could do to you. I mean, look what it's done to Xian.
Miss, I think Theo wants to find his mom, and I mean, he's not going to rest easy until we do. And of course, if we are going, we need a big, strong quarterback.
I don't feel comfortable about this. I'd prefer you kids to just stay here while you're safe.
And I dropped my bike when I picked up Sam and Sparky. I could get it at the same time.
Your dad sort of looks around and he says, well, I could drive you around and have a look if you want, Theo.
We could do that, yeah. There's not really a specific place that she's gonna be, though. She tends to just like go for runs on a Sunday morning, so the more people looking, the better. I put more faith in Lamont, Anya, Cass, and everyone than Officer Michaels.
Well, Officer Michaels is clearly doing his rounds today, and we could try and catch up to him and see if he's seen her. But we should definitely get in the car. He's already got his keys in his hands. Like he's like, if you're concerned, well, how about me and you get in the car? We'll take a look around.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll meet up with you guys. Where should we say? If you guys can make it out and have a look as well, we can meet at the Gas and Go.
Mrs. Daniels is like, I'm not letting you out here on your own. We can drive you all to your homes to get you home, especially you, Cassandra, in time for your dinner.
Well, it's only in 4 hours.
Well, sure, but I don't want you going outside there. We haven't got the all clear. And Mr. Daniels is just like, I mean, if anyone wants to come in the car with me, then that's fine, but I don't feel safe you going out there on your bikes.
Yeah, I'll come.
All right. Theo, Lamont, let's go.
Can you take me home?
Of course. He takes another look at it and he's like, Maybe we should take you to the hospital or something, because that looks really nasty. What do you think? Yeah, I think maybe I should make this sort of decision. You know, yeah, we'll take you home. We'll get your mom. Or your dad, or both. We'll take you to the hospitals too. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, Theo, Xian, and Lamont are getting in the car. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Anya and Cassandra are gonna stay at Lamont's house.
Cassandra.
And yeah, so you all get into Lamont's dad's car. Lamont, you get in the front with your dad. Theo and Xian at the back. He drives to Xian's house first. And before he gets out of the car, he looks left and right everywhere, or all around the place. Hops out, opens the door for Xian, and sort of escorts her up to the front door, knocks on it. Your mum opens the door, and you can see that she looks like she's coming down from a massive, angry burst. But her face is, very stern. But as soon as she sees the sort of, slash on your arm, she sort of turns very unfamiliarly, uncharacteristically maternal. You think perhaps it might be because it's in front of someone else's parent. And she's like, "Oh, Xian, what's happened to you? Oh dear, come on inside." She puts her hand on your back to lead you in. She turns around to Mr. Daniels. I can handle it from here, Mr. Daniels. Thank you so much for bringing them home. It feels very fake to you, Xian. And Mr. Daniels just sort of says, "Yeah, I was going to offer to take them to the hospital." And she says, "Yeah, we can take care of that." Slams the door on his face. And from then, you guys just hear a very loud shouting going on, because she's basically shouting things like "How dare you go and get yourself in trouble like this?" And she's freaking out in a way that it's almost even though she's been told that everything's okay on the phone and it's sort of calmed her down a little bit, she still has massive anger issues and doesn't know how to place her emotions. So you just sort of stand there and listen to as she's getting all the stuff together, getting the keys to her own car together, packing everything up to take with the hospital, just going on and on giving you this lecture. Mr. Daniels sort of comes down the driveway just sort of thing. Yeah.
While Mr. Daniels was up escorting Xian to the door, I'm just gonna put both hands on the front seats and pull myself kind of forward to speak to Lamont seriously. We're not going to be able to do the Fishman today because I need to find my mom. We need to buy ourselves another day.
Yeah, of course. There's tomorrow, Monday, the concert, and there's also a party. Melody's having a party at the bowling alley.
Bowling alley?
Yeah, there's probably going to be a lot of loud music there. Me and Cass were talking about maybe me and her should go to Melody's party, and I'll bring my trumpet just in case, and maybe you and Xian and Anya and Juniper, if you can get out, should go to the Moody Blues, and look there.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, because that's two places that the vampire and the Frankenstein man could go.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good if we have them covered. But if we're not gonna kill Fishman tonight, we need to make sure that the school is closed tomorrow, So we got the party covered, we got the Moody Blues concert covered. We need to somehow shut down the school so we don't have to go in there tomorrow and it be a bloodbath.
That's true. Xian has their magnesium. I don't know how else we could call in a bomb threat.
I love the imagination, but I think we're already going to be on a fucking Spitfire from the firecracker in the church. If somebody finds out we called a bomb threat in, we're screwed.
Yeah,
Do you reckon you could convince your dad and maybe Officer Michaels afterwards that we could say that we saw the animal in the school grounds? Then they shouldn't open it up tomorrow, should they?
they shouldn't. It wouldn't be safe. That's a good idea. Yeah, I can always try.
I mean, I'll back you up, but I think they're not exactly going to look at me fondly.
Yeah, I think that's our best bet.
I mean, I'm just thinking with Xian out of the picture, I don't know how long it's going to take to find my mom, but I'm not going to go and fight a fishman until I've found her. So I really think we're going to be pushing that off until tomorrow. So
Yeah, and don't worry. We're gonna find her.
And then Mr. Daniels will come back to the car.
He gets in, and he sort of like does like a bit of like a sheesh face, and pulls out of the drive, and you just start doing sort of rounds around the whole town really, and looking around in places. He gets out of his car to like ask around in like the like grocery store and other places like that, and you pick up a few sort of like rumours of unsettled, behaviour, and it seems as though Michaels has been doing his rounds too, just like convincing everyone that it's an animal, but they believe it is, and so does he. So everyone's sort of bit bustling with this news sort of thing as you make your way around everywhere, but you don't seem to find her anywhere at all, and it gets to a point where he says, you get to your own house and you pull up and knock and walk in. You've got your own key and it's empty. He looks very concerned that she's not back, or that you've not even spotted her anywhere in the usual places that she might be. She does work at the grocery store, and none of her sort of like workers there have like heard of where she's gone or anything like that. No one's seen head nor tail of her. So he says, maybe you should stay with us tonight. It might not be a good idea to be on your own.
No, thank you. That's really generous, Mr. Daniels. But I'd rather be here just for when she gets back.
He nods. He understands, and he leaves you at your house. Anya and Cassandra, are we up to anything whilst they were gone, or should we just have them come back?
Yeah, actually, because Cassandra.
I feel like my.
Oh, go.
Oh no, go. No, because you started.
Yeah, okay. Cassandra turns to Anya and says, "Listen, Anya, I don't think Theo's coming back. I don't think Xian's coming back. I think when Lamont gets back, he's in. Well, maybe, what I'm thinking is maybe you, me, and maybe Lamont could sneak to the high school and sort it out. I mean, like Theo says, if we have school tomorrow, it's not gonna be good."
I mean, my mom knows that I'm here. So if she comes over here, I'm also screwed.
Well, somebody needs to do it.
I just don't think it's possible for 3 of us to do it today, especially without Xian's backup plan.
Then we need to arrive at school earlier than we normally do. I know we normally arrive at school quite early. Maybe Lamont. I mean, waking up at like 7 might be a new thing for him. But we need to get in at like 6.
Yeah, no, that sounds about right.
All the time that you're talking, Mrs. Daniels is talking to Juniper, saying, "So, I've never met you before. Where are you from?" Juniper's just like, "Oh, I'm from somewhere really, really far away." And she's like, "Oh, anywhere I know?" And Juniper smiles and shakes her head. She glances over at Anya, and she's like, "Really interesting, your cousin."
Yeah, she's not in America that often.
Oh, where's she usually from?
Well, my mom's sister, my aunt, she lives. Well, she married a man. Juniper was his daughter, and they've moved to India, actually.
Oh. Well, isn't that interesting? And she's like smiling at her. But Juniper looks very weird. Like she's like smiling in a really strange way. It's almost like, I don't know, like she has like neurodivergent qualities about her in a certain way that's sort of very odd, and she's humming to herself quite frequently as well. And I guess the mum looks to be thinking, especially after the whole story about the clothes getting dirty and things like that. Not thinking in a suspicious way, just thinking in a way that like she's sort of wondering if you guys can look after this girl as well, as like a adult could. You know what I mean? So yeah, she's just that's that. And then Lamont and his dad get back without Theo and without Xian.
Just like I thought.
Dad, when we passed by the high school, I thought I might have seen the animal over there. Did you see it? I mean, you were probably focused on the road, but I was pretty sure that I saw it over on the football field. Should we tell somebody?
Yeah. He looks really like distracted as he's come in as well. He throws his keys in the bowl and he's just like, yeah, I think we should call Officer Michaels. We didn't find Theo's mom either, so yeah, it's probably best. I know. Yeah, he looks like he's reluctant about it, but he dials the phone anyway, and it doesn't pick up because obviously Daniels is out, and he's like, "Oh, I'll try him later on, but I will tell him." And he just looks really concerned, and he says, "Well, I'm gonna go and practice, and I don't even know if my show's gonna still be on tomorrow, but he just leaves without saying anything else, and your mum, the mum sort of like looks concerned at you all. I want to skip now, because I want to end that scene. I want to skip either to Cassandra going home or Theo. Let's have a think here. Right, who's staying at Lamont's house? Is it just... Or is everyone just going to go to their own individual homes?
I think I'll go home reluctantly.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And if no one else is staying, I'll be on my way.
Okay. Well, let's just do a sweep over for that one then, because you're all gonna go home. Anya's mum, she's kind of like concerned, but at the same time she's just happy that you're safe. Lamont's dad will drive everyone home individually, like along the way. And yeah, the sort of Cassandra, when you get back, your mum's sort of like almost like none the wiser about anything, even though she knows there's an animal on the loose. She's almost like airy-fairy. She cares more about like making sure you're well fed and that the structure of the day is still kept, etc. But yeah, but when Theo obviously is at home, his house is empty and remains empty for the night. Before we skip to the morning, is there anything anyone wants to do in particular?
I don't know if anything was addressed because I just missed a huge chunk of what you were saying there, Jenna. It cut out.
It was fine for me.
Alright, I thought it was on my end, so I didn't want to raise a fuss while it was happening.
I thought I would be grounded once I got home because of the firecracker at the church.
No, she's more concerned about the animal, and the fact that Mrs. Daniels called her and told her about it. It's almost like she's just forgot about that, and her concern has taken over.
What happened to Xian?
Xian's fucking grounded.
Xian's sneaking out.
Okay. So we'll have little plans for that. Also, Andrew, do you want me to say what I said? What?
Was it just everybody going home?
But yeah, basically everyone's going home. Xian's grounded. Anya's not, because Anya's mum cared more about the fact that she's safe.
It's literally just happened again.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Can everyone else hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, okay, so it's you, Andrew.
Yeah, it's a you problem.
Disconnect and reconnect, if you can. Oh, someone... Oh, yeah, okay.
Skill issue.
He did hear that. Yeah, so Xian's grounded. Lamont's parents obviously want him to stay at home for safety reasons. Anya's mum cares more about the fact that she's safe, and the whole animal stuff. She isn't grounded, and Theo is alone.
I would like to...
Yeah, obviously, yeah, Cassandra's mum is literally just airy-fairy.
Yeah, I go to my mum, and I say, Mum.
Yes, darling?
I've been invited to a party at the bowling station. The bowling thing.
Oh, really? She looks really, really happy. What? Whose party is it?
I think her name's Heather or something.
Heather. I don't know a Heather.
Hillary, maybe?
Hillary.
I don't know. She's like a friend of a friend. I've been invited by the friend, because they're allowed to bring a +1.
Oh. Now that sounds really fun.
But I was just wondering something. Well, if I'm going to a party, I want to look as nice as possible, right?
Sure, of course. Oh, do you want to borrow some of my clothes?
I was wondering if maybe I could borrow your necklace.
My necklace? Well, you know this means a great deal to me, Cassandra.
I'll look after it. I promise.
You know, I'm really proud that you want to wear this. I also have some nice blouses and skirts for you if you want. And she's gonna like get up and start and I mean like you're like an athletic kind of body person. She's very dumpy and very like wide. And her clothes are so mum-like, like really, really mum-like. She starts like like hurrying over to her bedroom, which obviously it's a bungalow, so I've remembered it this time.
Yeah, she doesn't go upstairs.
You just see her like arse like through the door, like as she's like backing out through the door with like several different blouses. And she's like, oh, this lovely pink, like pearl silk. How about this? And it's got like embroidered little daisies on the front of it and stuff.
Oh, well, I was thinking about going in an outfit that I am going to choose tonight. So perhaps I shall take in some of the clothes and I shall decide on my outfit, and maybe I shall wear some of the articles and maybe I shall not.
She's just so happy that you getting her involved in this. Yeah, you can. She's definitely going to give you those pearls, and you can.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you've got that.
Say it to my mum.
All right, Xian. It's nighttime. You're attempting to sneak out. Roll a flight. The DC, because your mum is literally like a military general, the DC for flight is going to be 12.
Oh gosh, she is patrolling the halls.
She really is.
She's got dogs outside the window.
Xian?
Did you say she's literally a military general? Or
No, she's not.
like...
No, literally like. She's not literally
Okay.
a military general.
I was like thinking, oh, that's interesting.
Xian, flight. Jason?
What's the
Jason.
It was 12. Whee.
Nice.
How do you want to escape your home?
Xian writes a note. And on the note it says, hey Mom, I know you're like extremely disappointed in me and mad. And I don't blame you. But there's some things I have to do that are a little more important than being grounded. I will be back. And you can punish me how you see fit. But right now I have to focus on the safety of you guys. I love you guys so much. XOXO Xian. And she does the classic where she ties all of her blankets and sheets together into a rope and hops out the window.
Nice. Alright.
As she's there, she's gonna like grab basic like because her room is like an engineer's dream. He's gonna grab a little bit more like a little thing of magnesium she has sitting up on her shelf. She's gonna grab like just basic like powdered chlorine
Mm-hmm.
and things like that that she uses for like her chemical experiments and like her steam engines and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna stuff all that into her bag. And she'll take all that as she hops out the window.
Nice. Up to Theo's. It's night. Theo, your house has been in silence for a long time.
If I disappear through this scene, it's because my Discord is experiencing problems. It seems fine right now, but I have been dipping in and out during all of those scenes. Theo is going to write a note of his own that says, Mom, if you get back and I'm not here, just wait here. I'll be back before it's too dark. Theo. He's gonna get whatever he can to arm himself, which at this point would be just a simple baseball bat that's lying around the house. He'll take his backpack full of tricks. Given that there is monsters on the loose, he's gonna wear a thick coat, so if anyone were to try and bite him, there's padding. The weather might not specifically need it, but that's his armor for the night. He's going to turn the collar up so that it's brushing against his neck, so that no one can easily just dive for his neck. And he's going to slip out of the house.
I love that.
Start patrolling around.
I love that. Sorry, but that was such a getting dressed for summit scene. Oh, I loved that. Alright, so where are you patrolling?
Is the gas and go 24/7? Do I have narrative power to decide that?
It's 24/7, but Zara and Xian won't be there. It'd be probably Mr. Pavel himself.
Given that that's going to be all lit up, Theo's gonna walk around Park Place and kind of use the gas and go as a hub to walk back to, because it's always going to be a big source of light. So we'll look around Park Place first, head a bit further down Main Street in the direction of the church. Failing to find anything, he'd go down Station Boulevard. He'd kind of go down the main streets, see if there's anything loud or anyone running.
The streets are eerily quiet as you wander. And you see a single car slowly sort of like driving down the road, almost like curb crawling. And as it gets closer to you as you're walking... Are you on your bike or are you walking?
I'll be walking at this point.
Right. It starts to like slow down a little and you turn your head. It's Officer Michaels. He rolls the window down. He says, Master Easton, I was wondering where you were. I went to your house. Get in.
Officer Michaels, is there something wrong?
He stops his car. He opens his door and sort of stands out and breathes in the night air. Takes a cigarette out of his pocket and lights it. Takes a deep, deep suck on it. Blows it up into the air, into the dark night sky. Looks down at you and he says, I really don't want to have to give news like this, but it's your mom.
He grips onto the handle of the baseball bat tighter. Is she alright? Is she being found?
Yeah, she's been found alright. She's up at the hospital.
Is she gonna be alright?
Who's to say? I was looking around here trying to find you, and when I went to your house, I was going to pick you up and take you there. And do you want to... I guess you better come with me.
Yeah. He's going to get into the back of the car, not really saying much, just looking down the entire time.
He gets in still smoking, rolls his window down a little bit, and sort of the car does fill with smoke a little as he's driving. He sort of lowers his radio a little so that it's a bit quieter in the car, because you can hear every now and then like and then some, traffic information or whatever coming through. But he drives you along, street lights flashing past you as you go. Sort of the dark streets passing, barely anyone out at all. It's almost like when lockdown happened, it's like no one's out. Eerily quiet. It's almost like you can hear just the hum of the car as it goes. And it's a long way out of town. There isn't a hospital in the actual town itself. It takes you up over sort of like some hilly roads and things like that until you get to a rather large hospital. He pulls you in there, and you see that there are a few ambulances that are like kind of like parked up at the side. It doesn't even seem as though they're not very active, in other words. So that it's not, you can't, from this you can presume that the other creatures haven't really caused any damage yet, from the fact that it's not as bustling as you might expect from having fucking 4 monsters out on the loose. But you get there and they go up to the desk, and the woman points you in the right direction. It takes you through the corridors of glaring white light shining down on you. It's like the middle of the night. You've gone into like a really bright place. It smells like chemicals, and you turn corners and other corners and make it to a room. And inside are pristine white sheets, the lump of your mother's sort of body underneath them. And as you sort of peek into the room, you see her face, her brown hair all sort of like scattered over the pillows, stuck with blood. You see her sort of face all slashed and broken, a nose sort of like twisted to the side a little, an eye bulging, with the skin and eyelid bulging over. She's asleep. She has like a tube in her mouth.
Theo just looks, he doesn't break down crying or anything, but he is crying, but he's still standing straight.
You see that she's been first scratched up. You can immediately deduce from that morning when she went out for that run, whilst it was in the park area, before it got the ducks. Maybe a lot earlier than the ducks. Yeah.
There's Officer Michaels. He walked me there, so
he walked you there. Yeah, he's like standing in the doorway, looking very somber, but also looking very officer-like.
So you know where the animal that did this, that everyone was running from, you know where it is?
Well, I haven't seemed to have found any such animal. Not yet.
You even seen it with your own eyes? You got anything?
Well, I just heard reports that it was a hairy animal like a bear or a beast.
Heard reports. So all you do, you sit your fucking desk listening to reports. You don't find anything. This is my mom. What have you done?
I understand that this is a really hard time for you, son. But I'm only one guy. And there's only so many places I can be.
We got one guy for a whole town. You think you're fucking Superman?
Tell that to my official, my higher ups. He's not laughing, I am, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You think if I could do something about this, then I'd just sit on my ass? Do you know?
Teary-eyed, gonna square up to Officer Michaels.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, son.
I don't mean square up in a way that he's gonna hit him or anything like that. I mean, like, he's just gonna get closer to him.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was poor phrasing on
my
part.
Okay.
But he is gonna teary-eyed walk closer to him. Part of me thinks that you would.
Do you have any idea?
Town and my mom's lying here like this. Part of me thinks she would be sitting on your ass.
Do you have any idea how difficult it is to keep order when it's just you on your own in a little office somewhere, and everyone says, "Oh, it's such a quiet town, nothing ever happens here," and then they give me the job?
Well, you gotta have some power. If it's just you gotta be able to do something.
And I will. I just don't.
What's that?
I just have to figure out where to start. I think it's time for me to bring out old Trusty. And he's referring to a shotgun that he has. He doesn't have it on him in the hospital, but you know he has one.
I say you get old Trusty, but what? That's one man with one gun. You gotta stop people going around. How many more people do we need? He's gonna like turn to look at his mum and then turn straight back to Officer Michaels because he doesn't want to look at her. How many more people need to be looking like this before you can do something?
I know, it's not fair, son, I know. I understand. I lost my own mother as well. Well, I mean, you're lucky.
Don't go saying as well like she did.
It seems she's still alive, so, you might be lucky. But I've been there, waiting, wondering. And you know what? I wasn't lucky. No. That wasn't anybody's fault. Neither is this.
Oh, my Discord's done that thing.
He said that wasn't anybody's fault and neither is this. Did you hear that? No!
Oh, Theo. Why are you shouting that?
I don't know.
He said that wasn't anybody's fault and neither is this. And that's exactly how he said it.
Alright.
Andrew, yeah,
I'm back.
Okay.
Hold. This wasn't anybody's fault, and neither is this. Well, you can stop more from happening. I don't want anybody's mom or sister or father, anybody, laying here like this. Tomorrow, you shut everything down. You can do that, right?
You know what? I believe I should, yeah. You're right. Yeah, that's it. Everything. Tomorrow. Shut down. Alright. He, goes to take out a cigarette, realizes where he is, and, he says, alright. Morning comes. No school. No grocery store. No nothing.
That's the best decision I've ever heard you make. I'm gonna take the cigarette out of his fingers and keep it for myself.
He doesn't
I'm gonna look him in the eyes as I do it.
Yeah, he doesn't even argue with this. You're 16, it's the 80s, he don't give a shit. He would have given it to you. Yeah, he would have just handed it to you anyway. But yeah. So cut for that. Morning comes, and on every radio. Oh, sorry, Xian snuck out. Xian, you have snuck out. What is it that you want to do whilst you've snuck out?
I'm gonna go to Cass's house.
Cass? Do you knock on the door, or do you just... How are you gonna try and get Cass's attention?
I know where Cass's window's at. I'm gonna go tap on her window very lightly.
Cass, who was asleep, immediately wakes up. She's learned to sleep very lightly, and she hears this noise, and she
yeah, you see
creeps
Xian
on
waving
over.
at you wild. Yeah, you see Xian waving at you wildly from the window.
Good that she's in a bungalow, right?
Sighs. Yeah, she breathes a sigh of relief, and she approaches. She reaches over, and then realizes she should probably move her fly trap out of the way. So she moves the fly trap out of the way, and then opens the window. Xian, what are you doing here?
Oh, I snuck out the house.
Good idea, really. You're not sleeping at that treehouse, are you?
I don't have a choice. My mom grounded me.
Yeah, you do. You can sleep here.
I'm not tired.
Well, you can stay up all night here.
Oh, I mean, Xian would have snuck, probably would have slept and then got up and, woken up earlier, of course, so that, the parents were still asleep. But early enough, she snuck out probably, 4 or 5 in the morning. But she's like, they look at you, Xian, Cass, and they say, I thought if we were going to do this, we need to do it all fast.
Yes.
Yeah. Right then. Cassandra looks at her room. She looks around. She says, "Well, I'm gonna have to get changed first." She gets changed while Xian looks aware, and she collects the pearls.
Xian looks away.
Oh,
Hey.
that'd be weird. Well, she's not watching anyway.
Alright.
Sandra. But anyway.
Manny,
she puts
sure,
her
yes,
pearls
details, yes. Okay. Pearls are on. What do you collect? So, we know that Xian has the magnesium, etc. What else do you collect? You've got the pearls.
Well, I've got, my backpack with all the stuff that's already in it.
Yeah.
I also remember to bring the torch this time.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. We're going to scoot through this whole, because it'll just be too much to just declare every single action that you ever breathe. So, in other words, who are you picking up? Are you going to go around visit other people's houses? So, in other words, who's coming? Because you're going to the school. Who's coming and what you bring in? That's what I want to know. I don't want to have, going to people's houses scene too much, because it's just going to be, whatever. This is the scene, it's happening. You know what I mean? Yeah. So we've got Xian and Cass. Are you going to Anya?
I presume we knock on everyone's window.
Alright, okay. Yeah, I'm guessing everyone's got a trellis. Those who don't have a fucking bungalow have one of those white picket fucking trellises.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, let's just have a montage of the kids getting collected. But, Theo, did you stay at the hospital?
Well, this would all depend on whether he would be able to have a ride back in the morning, because if Officer Michaels was leaving then, he probably would have had to have left with him.
Yeah. Unless you literally kicked and screamed about staying. It's up to you if you wanted to make a fuss about staying with your mum or not. But as far as you're concerned, there's literally nothing you can do for her anyway.
I know, yeah, I feel like he would want to stay there, but reality would sink in that if he stays there, he's stranded there.
And other people might be in danger.
Yeah, so he would have got a lift back with Michaels.
Alright then. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that y'all managed to sneak out, if you know what I mean. But first, right, Anya, what are you bringing with you? Nathan?
We're trying to take out the fish man, right?
Yeah, this is the school bit now. It's happening. The school swimming pool scene's happening now.
I don't think I'd have anything in my house that would help with this fish man. Except maybe a bucket.
Alright.
Are you bringing your violin?
Just in case.
Oh, yeah. No, I have to. It's school.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because what time is it? 4 in the morning?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Right, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Alright. Anya's bringing a bucket, you've got the magnesium, Cass has got the pearls, the torch. Lamont?
My backpack, my trumpet, and I'm also going to go down to the kitchen sink and try and get just whatever chemicals I can shove in my backpack.
Nice. You can have whatever space you think you have in your backpack. Then you've got a bottle of bleach, you've got drain cleaner, all that kind of shit. You've got it. You can even have a bit of caustic soda as well if you want.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, caustic soda is sick. You should try cleaning a toilet with caustic soda, I'm telling you. It just comes right off.
I'd rather drink the caustic soda. Sounds tasty.
Hey. And Theo, these guys rock up to your house at like 4:30 in the morning. Yeah.
Theo wouldn't have gone to sleep at all. What he would have been doing was he would have found it's 80s America. Everyone's a little bit religious, even if they don't go to church on a Sunday. He would have found a wooden cross in his house, apologized to Jesus, and then started whittling away at the bottom of it with his Swiss Army knife to try and make a sharp edge on the bottom of the crucifix.
Nice.
He's going to have refilled his first aid kit that he carries with him, and picked up a few like mini screwdrivers, and he's got them with him as well.
Nice. All right, and you back your way over to the school. All right. Obviously, the whole place is locked down. No one's out and about, so it's fine. The only person who would be out and about is Officer Michaels, but obviously he's gone back to sort of put in a word to the radio stations to tell people in the morning that everything's shut. You get to the school. Obviously it's in darkness. It's a typical school layout. The swimming pool is its own building that has been chained up, like, completely. The double doors to the swimming pool area itself has got chains around it. The side doors to the changing room shower area, where the students would go in first, get changed, have a shower, and then go in the swimming pool. There's like a boys' entrance and a girls' entrance. Both of those doors have been locked with a padlock.
Gee, do you think you can work your magic?
Can I take my screwdriver and just kind of like, yeah, the lock?
With a screwdriver on a padlock? You could try and break it.
Can I try and pick the lock again like I did last time?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, okay. Alright. What was the DC for that? It was brains, wasn't it? For obviously everything you do from now on is going to be snap. So it would be. Let me just have a look at the fucking rolls thing here. Diddle-diddle-doo. I think it was. Diddle-diddle-doo.
I think it was a 6.
I think. Let's have a look. La 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 la. There we go. Right. Difficulty ratings. Okay. It's 10 to 12, so I'll say it's a 10.
You get any modifiers since I've done this before?
No, brains. Yes!
Yeah.
You succeed. How do you do it? Well, you just fuck it. It doesn't really matter that much. It's just
just open. I just open.
Yeah. So which you open into the one of the changing room sides.
I'll open the. Well, Xian doesn't know the concept of gender, so they're gonna open the men.
Well, he doesn't know what it is.
All right. You open the men's changing room. All of the sort of coat hangers and things like that are all empty, of course. But you get that whiff of chlorine as you're obviously entering the swimming baths. And you're suddenly very aware that it could be anywhere in here.
Xian readies their screwdriver, and attempts to like hide.
You hear further past there's a changing room area which then leads to like a shower stalls area. You hear the sound of like gushing water.
Where is the like regular gymnasium in relation to the where the pool is?
So the pool's in like a sort of back building. The gym itself is like attached to the back end of the school. So say for example the school is like a U shape, like a horseshoe shape. The gym would be the top left building, and the swimming pool area is like across a yard on the same side as it. So basically, yeah, it's like as if, you know, like a lowercase j with a dot on top of it. The space between the top of the line and the dot, if that makes any sense. I can't fucking do them. I can't say maps. Right, hang on, right, I'll just draw. I'll draw it. Okay, I'll draw it. The map is like this. That's the school. That's the pool building. The gymnasium is here. So pool building. The X is the gym. And then there's like a yard here. And obviously all this space is like tables, outdoor tables, like yard stuff, and then the field is here.
And you said they hear water in the changing rooms, which are in the gymnasium, correct?
No. The changing rooms in the pool area are like this. So let's have a look. I'll just make a bigger picture of the pool area for you. So the pool area zoomed in is like this. So you have the pool itself, a smaller pool here, and then you have the men's changing rooms, the women's changing rooms, and then the men's shower and the women's shower, respectively. You've come in through this door. The shower room has got like a sort of open door, you know what I mean, that leads into the shower room. Can you all see what I'm drawing?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant.
Like a little face.
Do the shower areas open up to the pool area? Or
Yeah,
do you have
yeah.
to go outside to go in? Okay.
They've got like open doorways, if that makes sense.
There's no door blocking it, basically.
No.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a tiled, walled sort of doorway. But you're like standing like here. And the group might be like outside. And you can hear noises of water in the shower rooms.
Real quietly.
The lights are off, right?
All the lights are off.
Should I turn my torch on, which I brought this time?
As you go to turn the torch on,
But I asked if I
hand
should.
on it. Oh.
Are we still, Theo, are we still gonna get the net?
I think it's a best idea to go in holding something at least.
Yeah.
We still need to get those chemicals in, just in case brooms.
She pulls out a little. Xian pulls out a little plastic bag filled with chlorine powder. I brought this.
And I brought, chemicals.
Nice. You guys came prepared.
I'm gonna pull Xian out of the men's locker area or changing room area, so that we're all outside, so we're not like having to whisper as much.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all could hear the showers in the men's side, right? So Xian, if you can break in through the women's side, maybe we can prep the pool with the chemicals and stuff before we walk past him and lure him around.
Yes.
We can.
The I had an idea that's, albeit risky, maybe a little more effective.
I don't like risk, but I'm willing to hear you out.
The pool already has chlorine and stuff in it, so we don't have to really worry about that. What if one of us, what if the bulk of the team distracts it and the other one of us jump on its back and suffocate it with a bag of chlorine?
Oh my god.
That's too risky, Xian.
I don't think any of us is going to be able to be strong enough and have the balls to do that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I could.
I have a
Push comes to
D8
push.
brawn and a D20 grit.
Yeah,
Let's
but
fucking go.
yeah. But I have a D12 fight and I'm brave. No, I'm
Well,
heroic.
well, Anya or Cassandra could probably do it, but Xian, that's too risky.
No, I wasn't suggesting myself. I was going to. If you guys rejected that idea, me and Lamont could go. I could do the original plan, sneak in, and then me and you could take it from behind Lamont.
Cassandra winks at Xian.
Right, well, first things first, we need to go into the gymnasium and get the net. Or somebody does.
Yeah.
You remember you have Juniper with you. I keep forgetting she's with you. She would have stayed at Lamont's house and... Oh no, she would have gone back with Anya. Oh no, she wouldn't. She would have... Oh my god, where the fuck did she go? Oh shit, I forgot about
She
her.
would have gone to the tree.
Oh yes,
yeah?
the treehouse,
That's
yes,
what
of course.
you were
Yep.
gonna say?
Yes, thank God for that. Yep, that's sorted. But she's now with you all, so... Yeah. She just looks happy to be there.
Well, I mean, I could go get the nets.
Yeah, I think that's...
I'll work on this lock.
And then me and someone else can go get the janitor's stuff.
Well, I brought chemicals. I don't know if we need more though.
The brooms, just in case it tries to break out.
Yeah.
Well, I can go with Cass and you two can go to the janitor's room if you want.
Sounds
Yeah.
like a plan.
June, you stay with Xian since y'all are the closest ones to the creature.
Okay.
She's just puts a thumb up to you.
Xian scratches their head and says, can I not make this a recurring habit, please?
What do you mean?
Being in close proximity to the dangerous thing. It's fine. I'll get the lock.
Well, that's right. You got the 45-year-old communist scientist with you.
She just smiles really sweetly.
Yeah, I'll go for the lock while they all go and do their thing. That's what Xian's gonna do.
Alright. So who's getting the net first?
I'll get the net.
I'll go with Cassandra. Theo. I'll go.
Theo and Cassandra, you're gonna go down to the gym. Where it's obviously locked in the same way that the main pool doors are locked. I should have drawn the main pool doors. They're like there. So the main pool doors and the gym's main doors are like here, and there's a fire escape door here. Fucking, I don't know why the fire escape door, main doors.
The main doors are gonna have like a keyhole on them, aren't they?
Yeah.
Theo's gonna pull out his mini screwdrivers that I had, and I'm gonna try and steal Xian's thunder.
With screwdrivers. Okay. This is gonna be This is gonna be a 13.
Brains.
brains.
Outdo me, damn it. Bring.
Theo.
Ooh,
Hey.
nice.
Way.
All right, you stick your little fucking screwdriver in there and click.
Being a scout comes in handy sometimes. Not that they teach you this, but the other scouts, they teach you some shit.
Yeah, in case you find a locked tree or something.
Hey, you meet all sorts of different people when you're out on camps. They'll teach you loads of different tricks.
You
I'll
know
try
what?
and open the
Considering
doors.
what we're in, I shouldn't be surprised.
When you get in there, it's like a huge, like, you know, sports hall. And there are like these like very large sort of like cupboard walls that there's like one side there's obviously like bleachers that not bleachers, but you know what I mean, like the seating things that can be pulled and like pushed up against the wall, so you can like pull them out as if it's like a audience chairs, but you can also push them really, really far back as well, so that they all stack together and they're all pushed back. And on the opposite side of the wall is the like huge like sort of rolling doors that can open to like gym mats and, you know, like a fucking like gymnastics horse and things like that, just like weird equipment that you'd find in a gym. Loads of shit, like the metal poles that hold the tennis and badminton nets, and the little, you know how they've have like those little metal sort of holes in the ground that get covered up where you could slot the big long metal poles in to hold the net and stuff like that, and obviously you find the net.
I know the other guys are going for brooms and mops and stuff, but we could take some of these poles as well, couldn't we?
What, and use it as a pole arm? I'll see myself out. I think that's a good idea, though. Yeah. But, well, a pole's a lot sturdier than a broom, isn't it?
I hope so. Here, hold your arms out for a sec.
I'll hold my arms out for a sec.
I'm gonna stuff like more nets than we planned to get. So there's like 3 that I'm just putting on you. They're like neatly folded in the store cupboard. So I'm just gonna like put one on your arms, put a second one on, as if I'm just like loading up.
Mm-hmm.
And
then I'll
sew
gather
these together or something.
If only we had time, but I mean, if he's able to rip through one, we could wrap him a few times.
Oh yeah. If he's able to rip through one, I think he'll probably be able to rip through all of them. Although, to be honest, having multiple nets, I mean, if someone throws one and misses, great, we've got another net. We don't have to run across.
I
Good idea.
don't think you really understand how long and like, how big a fucking tennis net is.
It's a volleyball net, no?
Whatever net it is, still very, very big. Like, it's long. It spans the entire, you know, the width of
length of a pitch.
Yeah. It's a long net. So when you bundle it all up, it's like massive in your arms.
So what I'm thinking is we don't throw them because they're not going to go very far. But if one grabs one end, another grabs the other, we can try and, you know, wrap him up. There's not going to be a lot of space in the pool house to do this, but it keeps us from getting really up close to him.
I don't know, unless someone wants to go for a dip.
Well, in the grand scheme of things, I don't mind getting a little bit wet, as long as it's before somebody dumps a shitload of chemicals in the pool.
Yeah, that'd probably spoil it.
Right. So you've got a net, and you've got the poles.
Yeah, Cass can carry the nets. Like Theo will carry a few of the poles.
All right. Okay. You get 2 of the metal poles, 1 for each side of the net, and the net itself. I obviously think you don't need a clothes horse, a gymnastics horse. But yeah, so you get out there with those things. But before you do, those who are standing sort of here, over the football field area, right at the back around about here, you can see that there's a flashlight sort of roaming around the perimeter, very far away. You can't see who's holding it, you can just see the flicker of a flashlight in the distance. It seems to be sort of just like looking around in the areas that are near the football field. And then obviously Cassandra and Theo make it back to you all.
Hey guys. Got a net. Got a pole.
You managed to get through that lock, Xian?
Okay. I'm gonna say I couldn't hear you, Jason. But...
Do you want me to roll for that, or?
Which lock are you getting through? The women's one?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be 12.
I thought it was 10.
Oh, sorry, yeah, 10 for you. It's 10 for you, 13 for people who aren't, like, skilled at this stuff.
Who wants Xian?
No. No, not the women's. You've been trying this whole time, and the sort of, like, flash of the flashlight in the distance has sort of put you off a bit.
I can't get it open.
What? Why not? Is it jammed?
Yeah, one of the pins in the lock won't go. In fact, I think I broke it, to be honest. That happens sometimes, I'm sorry.
Well, hey, don't worry. I mean, 1 out of 2. You know, that's like, you know, half, obviously.
I have a suggestion.
I'm all ears.
I'm pretty sneaky. I could go around. I could sneak through the showers. I mean, the water is running. It would muffle my footsteps.
I don't agree with that at all. We don't know how big this thing is. There might not even be enough space to slip past it. That's too dangerous, Xian.
You've got a lot of ideas that throw yourself in danger.
Out of character, I will say Xian has 2 adversity tokens. And she can spend 2 adversity tokens to not be seen within reason. Would this be one? Would that be plausible
Yes.
for me to do? Yes. So you guys know Xian is very small and tiny. So
Oh, is it a skill you've got?
Yeah.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
I can spend 2 tokens to be unseeable.
You know when you can just ask a question and it's answered immediately? It's that, but for stealth.
Yeah, no, I get it now.
Yeah.
I just were asking. Well, it'd be good to have someone on the other side, and maybe you could like get those chemicals in the pool.
Yeah. Stop. Put them here, Lamont. Put them in my backpack.
The flashlight is about here now.
Oh, can I see the flashlight?
Everyone can.
Okay, brilliant. I'm gonna use tell me honestly, what's this? Who is it?
You squint and you take out your little binoculars and you look through them. You see it's Officer Michaels carrying a shotgun.
Oh shit, it's Officer Michaels carrying a shotgun.
Okay,
Oh shit.
Alright, I'm going through, guys.
Just
I will
a
burn
character
both.
like Lamont and Anya aren't back yet, are they?
Yeah, I thought we were.
I don't think we
didn't do it yet.
went.
No,
we
yeah.
didn't go.
No.
And since you guys have the polls, I don't think we need to go.
I know. I was literally just about to get to you guys because I needed to move him along, to move Officer Michaels along, because you were doing the lock thing. So yeah, yeah. Don't worry, I have that.
Yeah,
I have
okay.
that. I have it.
I wasn't meaning it in a way of worry. I was just meaning in a way of like if Xian's going through with the plan.
No, yeah, and they would have spent a little bit longer because the janitor's office place is further in the school.
Yeah.
So like I suppose when you guys went into the gym, they probably could have just gone through the gym door and then made it into the rest of the school, because obviously the janitor's office is like closer to the main entrance, which is here. Obviously that's where the hub of all the central things are. So yeah, they would have taken a little bit longer because you just grabbed the shit and went over there. So as you guys see, Officer Michaels is knocking around. Then we go to fucking Lamont and Anya. You make it to everywhere inside the school is open. You know, like as soon as you've got in through the gym, like no, there are no locked doors around in this place at all. It's a small town school. You know, there's no need to really lock anything on the inside if everything on the outside is locked. So you can make your way to the janitors. And what is it you are collecting?
I think just some brooms,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe some extra like cleaning chemicals,
Okay.
just in case.
Yeah.
I want ammonia.
Ammonia.
Ooh.
Okay, let's have a look. Yes. Hello. You find it's household ammonia, right? Janitorial ammonia. Thank God, there's actually this. Right. Yep. Janitorial ammonia solution. 34%. It's like a jerry can size. We all know what a jerry can is, right?
Of course.
Yeah, go.
Yes,
Yeah.
can.
Yeah.
Jenna's character.
Yeah. So it's got like the top handle to it. It's about there are about, each one is about like sort of 5 liters, and there is about 3 cans worth of these, so 15 liters in total. You also find 1 single mop in there, but he does have like a very wide sweeping brush as well, like a long floor brush. The mop is disgusting. It's like he needs a new one. Is there anything else that you'd like to discover?
I can't really think of anything.
Nathan?
No, I think we're good.
Alright. Okay. You make it back as Cassandra's sort of looking through the binoculars or whatever. She sort of like puts them down out of her like eyes, and that's when she says it's Officer Michaels, and you two have just sort of emerged from the doors of the gym.
Yeah, I look to you, Lamont, and Anya, and I say, or Xian looks to you too and says,
You're doing that thing again, Jason.
She says what?
But anyway, we know what John's doing because she's gonna go in. Right? She just disappears through the changing rooms, unseen. As obviously we can spend those adversity tokens for Xian to be unseen. She goes in. Is anyone following her?
I'm gonna say no.
Yeah.
Alright.
No, I think
Cassandra...
we're all doing the net stuff.
Okay.
Cassandra's gonna follow as far as like the shower so she can get a look in and make sure if anything goes awry.
Xian's going through the front,
Is she?
right?
Oh,
No.
Xian's sneaking straight through the showers.
She's sneaking straight through the men's. She tried to break into the women's, but it didn't work. She hasn't tried to break into the front at all, so she's going in through the men's this direction. So Xian, you walk in through the men's changing room, and as you get closer to the shower area, you realise that every single shower is on full blast, cold, because you can't see any steam at all. It's all cold, and it's every single one of them is turned on. You also notice that like there's a step down into the area, and there isn't a step up into the pool area. So what's happened is each one has been plugged with like rags and like other bits and bats like sponges and things like that, each drain, so that the entire like shower area is like filled with water and is like spilling out into the pool area. It's almost like it's flooded the area, but the changing rooms is a step up, so all the flooded area is sort of like gone out into the pool room.
So what I'm hearing is water is everywhere.
All over your feet, and it's about a foot deep, because obviously it's spilled out into like it's constantly gushing out into the pool room area itself.
I'm gonna trust my friends on this one. I'm going to go to the. Do I see any? Well, as Xian walks through, does she see anything?
You walk through into the pool room. You peep round the corner. And you just see the sort of shimmering surface of water as the pool water has merged with the sort of shower water as well. And when you look round to the side, the water's gushing out of the women's showers as well. And it's just like, it's not filled up like so it's flush. It's just everywhere. Like the pool water itself has merged with the shower water. You can't tell where the surface of the pool water is at all because it's all just flooded. You don't see any creature though.
I'm going to assume my 2 adversity tokens are still in effect.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And I'm going to take every chemical that I have except the magnesium and dump it straight into the water.
You don't have any chemicals on you.
Well, Lamont put them in Lamont put the ammonia in my bag.
Did he?
Well, I think if Lamont gave you the chemicals, Lamont would have told you not to mix the bleach and the ammonia until like you were like ready.
Mm-hmm. Well,
okay.
We'll cut from here though, because you've just peeped and seen that you can't see anything yet. I want to cut to Net Squad first, so let's see what Net Squad are up to.
Okay.
Yep.
Who's on nets and who's on poles, I guess?
Yeah.
I would be on Pole Squad.
Well, Theo kind of sucks at fighting, so I think I would take the net rather than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll be on net as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wait, what's everyone's fight?
Brawn, right?
Brawn
no,
would be
fight.
for the net, I would think. Fight
Brawn's
from
for
the...
net,
Yeah.
fight is for the pole.
Yeah.
I'm bad at both.
Mm-hmm.
I have a D8 brawn, D6 fight.
I suck at Brawn. I'm great at fight.
I have a
Wow.
D4 fight and a D8 brawn, so brawn is my better one.
Yeah. I'd also like to know what the mitigation plan is. So is it net first? If net fails, then pole? And then...
It's net and then another net if have, or else we just pole.
Okay, right. And then chemicals is...
If they
It's whatever
successfully
Xian
bring
wants
the
to do.
creature down, Xian will then,
douse it in chemicals.
and then, fucking.
I probably would have given you the bucket as well.
Yeah.
Remind me out of character. What does ammonium bleach do?
Like, I don't know. I'm googling it now.
Right. Okay. Now I know this. I know this because unfortunately I know someone who had a very terrible accident with this, and it is a friend of my uncle's. It creates mustard gas, and it's
Oh, that's right.
it's deadly, like to everyone. If you mix bleach and
Close this
ammonia,
much,
you need to get the fuck out of there immediately, because it literally kills you. Like,
How long does it hang in the air?
that's,
It better not be like 20 years, killing more people then.
no, it's not like fucking radiation.
I don't know.
If Xian doesn't see anything, she backs up into like the entrance of the men's thing, and she says to everybody, "I am going to go and whistle, and then hide in the corner of the showers." And I think that would be your guys' cue to charge.
Have you mixed all the badness?
I don't see the thing out there, so this is the best plan I've got. I mean, I'm not the leader by any name or stretch, but
You're doing a great job, though. Have you prepped the pool ready for us smacking it in there?
and they go to explain how the entire place is flooded.
Mm-hmm.
And that there is no like, it's all water.
What, so there's no like solid ground at all?
The entire, like, everything's covered in water. There's like a
Okay.
foot on the floor. It all merges with the pool, so it's basically just a giant river when you look outside into the pool area, I assume.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay, I don't think we have much time. Not with Officer Michaels closing in.
Yeah. With Xian, bearing that in mind, they go over to the shower and and whistle. And then hide immediately.
Just as a thing, as we're entering, Theo is going to slowly close the door to here, like to the men's locker area, so that Officer Michaels, when he's patrolling, isn't going to see an open door and be suspicious.
Okay. All right.
And then Xian will whistle.
Yeah, I'll do it after that.
When you whistle, you don't see anything at all. You literally just see the surface of the water just moving with the river of this, sort of the water that's coming from the shower. You presume that if this creature is here, it will be in the deep part of the pool. Like, it's underwater so far it can't hear a whistle.
Okay, then I'll take a stapler out of my bag and like tuck it as hard as I can straight down into the water, and then like right in front of the steps, and then duck into the corner behind the door.
Okay.
Well, what was that evil DM left us then?
As you peek around the corner, you see the surface of the water in the main large pool here, dome shape, as it lifts up, and two horrid eyes sort of peek up out of the water, fin-like ears, scaly horrible face, staring in your direction. It can't see you. You don't think it's acknowledged you. Its eyes aren't settled exactly on you. But it rises, just like a hippo, popping its head up out the water.
Moto.
Xian stands completely still.
You guys see that she's looking. She's gone stiff.
Xian, you alright?
He whispers back, or they whisper back in a very soft voice. I don't think it can see us.
Maybe it just can't see you.
Very, very slowly, Xian tosses. It's like she tosses very gingerly tosses a notebook, just the slightest flick of the wrist, into the water.
Where are you aiming it at?
I'm gonna aim it like
Okay.
away from me. I want to see if this thing, or Xian wants to know if this thing looks towards that,
Yeah.
or
It does. It's
does?
yeah. It snaps over towards where something's plopped into the water. It lands in this pool. Does the notebook?
Yes.
It remains where it is, floating, like its head above water. But it does move its head towards.
This is bad. Xian whispers that very quietly to the group. It can't see. I'm gonna try the same strategy again. I'm gonna whistle and then duck behind the door.
You hear, I mean, well, no, you're in the shower area, so you can only thing you can hear is the heavy fall of all these showers that are on. This just rushing of water.
Yeah, I would look through the crack in the door. Like, you know how when you look through the crack like when you're a kid? I would see if this thing reacted in any type of way.
Yeah, well, this isn't a door, it's just like an opening. Like, literally these two doors here and there are like not doors that you can open, it's just an open...
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's an open doorway, so when you peek around there, you see...
Well, there's a lot of privacy in this school.
You see that... Well, I mean, that's how they are, showers. Here, it's lifted itself up out of the pool, and you see it in its full form. It's about 6.5 feet tall. It has a broad chest, like sort of ribbed, sort of like what looks like weird scaly armor, huge arms, webbed hands, the lot. It's looking around and looks to be like it doesn't have an expression. It's just like very animalistic in its, but also very like dumb, like a sort of like a Neanderthal-esque stance to it. Like it's got these hunching shoulders and its arms sort of like hang by its side as it sort of stands up on its two legs. It starts to walk towards you, towards that door.
I'm going to fucking sprint. Not sprint, but like, I'm gonna very cautiously move as quick as I can to a locker. And before I close the locker on myself, I say, "It's coming."
Wait, Xian, pass me the magnesium or something.
Xian has already closed the locker.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So this is the locker room. Yep, okay. Go on, Theo.
Theo is gonna try and, with one half of the net, position himself at one side of the entranceway and motion to... Who's holding the other side of the net?
Lamont.
Lamont. He's gonna motion to Lamont to go to the other side of the doorway, so we can kind of have a mesh covering through the doorway. If it comes through at speed, maybe we can wrap it from there.
Are we behind you or in front of you? I mean, Anya.
Do these lockers have slits?
Yeah, like Theo's like here. I don't know if you zoomed in enough to be able to see these tiny dots.
I'm zooming more in now.
Yeah, zoom more in. Theo's like here, and Lamont, obviously being yellow, is like here. And obviously the net is like trailed over,
yeah,
like this way. sort of thing.
I would imagine Cass and Anya are inside the locker room, like behind us, rather than in front of us. By the way, Peach.
Yeah, I was just gonna agree with that.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
the lockers are literally like fucking. Hang on. The lockers are like there. You know, like a rows of lockers are there because the other side is like coat hangers and like benches and stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Once they get into position, Xian is going to open and then like hop out and close the locker door as hard as she can.
All right. And as you're standing there, holding this net, you hear this big splashing like steps, and the shadow sort of like falls into the room. You see this shadow sort of like cast along the floor, sort of like this. You know what I'm saying? Inadvertently drew a dick, and it comes to the net as it slowly walks, brings its claw up, and slashes down at it. Both make brawns to hold on to the net, and it's going to make an attack to a fight to sort of like pull the net down. Here we go.
Can you imagine if that just...
Oh wait, what was
Oh,
the
no.
DC for the brawn?
It's against the fight.
It's
Oh,
against
it's
this
the
fight, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Oh, it's exploded! It's exploded! Alright, okay. It literally snatches the net, like, right out of your fucking both of you grasps completely. Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Alright, okay. It snatches the net, you both let go of it, like, ah! And it's, like, in its arms, and it pulls its right arm behind it, and, like, the net just, like, completely flings behind it. Like, it emerges out looking at everyone in the room who's not in a locker. Fuck!
Wasting no time, I'm gonna charge and attack it.
Oh my god, right, okay. You're attacking it?
I will also do that.
Alright, okay. Fuck. Right, okay. Oh my god.
While they're doing this, Xian is going to prepare to mix those chemicals.
Alright.
Oh shit.
Oh, right, okay. Right, okay. So, let's have a look here.
Wait, meets beats, right?
And
you're defending.
Yeah.
Well, beats
Let's see.
The defender wins in this scenario, right?
Let me see.
Because Cass is also hitting him.
Yeah, because you're both ganging up on it. Okay.
Just tell us what happened.
Okay, jeez. Right, okay, you're both going to succeed on this little scrap. You have narrative control, both of you, but Cassandra gets the upper hand. So how are you both going to work together to do this? Because it's going to fail against you. You both have narrative control. I'm not even part of this right now. It's your guys' situation.
Yeah, when it comes through, Cassandra just says charge, and she's gonna like try and get it in its fishy gut.
With the pole. All right.
Yeah, of course.
Anya, how are you attacking it? With the pole as well.
I think Anya. I think Anya tries to hit it in the shoulder more.
All right.
Just trying to disable it.
Okay, right. So because you succeed, but just barely. And Cassandra succeeds, but not impressively. It's almost like you just it staggers backwards from this from the poles hitting it. It staggers back into the shower area, and you're sort of standing in the doorway guarding with both of you standing there with these two poles extended outwards. It can't come near you, so you're holding it at bay. It literally screeches.
I'm going to help Lamont and Theo up.
The net is in the shower area at the back, like sort of scrumpled on the floor where it's thrown it.
We do have backups if we want to run for them. Or it could just be chemical time if Xian's ready.
We could just magnesium it.
I think we should probably chemical it and like dip out and like just shut the door. I think that would probably do it, maybe.
We
Mm-hmm.
might have to
But what
make
about
the
Officer Michaels? Maybe we could get Officer
Oh, yeah,
Michaels in
not
on this.
Officer-
Maybe I could open the door and be like, "Officer, help!"
Yeah, but then that's like another
Officer
thing.
Michaels has a shotgun and he's on school campus looking for a wolf.
Plus, we're trespassing. If we open the door and like startle him, one of us could get a shotgun to the chest.
Yeah. And furthermore, even if like it all goes well, then he's in on what's going on. He's going to be asking questions.
Out of character.
Hmm.
Mustard gas, we have to open the door. Magnesium, you need to back up quick. So, what do we want to do?
Magnesium
Bear in
is
mind,
way more
He's the only thing.
likely to get Officer Michaels.
Yeah. He's the only thing that is in the water right now. You are all not in the water. So that if you were going to do the chemicals, you could literally just slosh everything at it and then run out of the room. If you're going to do the magnesium, you'd cause a lot of noise. But you'd also explode some things. But I don't know how powerful that would be. I think... I mean, it's up to you guys, of course. But if you did mustard gas, you would have to get the fuck out of there fast.
But we'd also have to make sure that it couldn't, like,
Yeah.
get out.
Yeah.
We could bar the door with a pole, maybe.
These
But we only
doors...
have 2 of them.
Yeah, and these doors don't have the double handles. It's just the front door at the bottom that does.
Do they open outwards though?
Yes.
Well, there's five of us, 6 of us with June. We could just hold the door while it chokes.
So we go out of the pool area, or we get into the pool area and get to the front door.
I hardly think that door's airtight, though.
I also think that if we're just holding this while we wait for it, Officer Michaels could reach up. I think we just grab another net and just try and block it off while me and Cass hold it off.
As you're all just like sort of wondering what to do, Cass and Anya, who are holding the poles, it's going to try and take another swipe at the poles to try and knock them out of your hands. So that will be a brawn check against the fight. Fight's a 13 explosion.
Oh, God's sake, I'm not winning this. I've got a D4.
No. Yep.
Yes.
It literally takes
Yeah,
both of
that's
its
just a fail.
both of its hands, grabs both poles, one in each hand, just yanks them out of your hand, and it's standing there with 2 poles in its fucking hand. It's gonna try and hit you both, each one of you with this fight. 1 for Cassandra, that's a 4. 1 for Anya, 5.
I
Can
will use Brawn, I think, to try and just stop it from hitting me.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to use fight to try and grab it, the poles, and pull them out.
I think that would be brawn, because it's
fight.
it's defensive. If you want, you use fight when you're attacking it. All right, okay.
Question: what's smarter, safely using 3 adversity tokens in order to guaranteed succeed, or using my lucky feat for a possible explosion?
Ooh. Oh, that's totally up to you, but
I'm gonna go for the lucky feat.
all right. For that reroll,
Gives me a 5.
it's a meat.
I will spend my extra adversity token to stop it.
You with a meat you succeed, so don't worry. It's
No, because I'm defending, right?
no, the defenders, if the defender's roll is greater than or equal to, you succeed.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, yeah. And Cassandra, the 4 was for you. If you were to roll fight, that means you are attacking it actively. Like, you are actively trying to attack it back. Brawn would be defense to grab hold of it as it's hitting you. So, you could also fly.
Well, in that case, like, as it's sort of, like, trying to come at me, bro, I'm gonna, like, try and kick it in the knee.
All right.
Fuck it. I'm gonna fight.
Okay. Oh, it's a meet. All right. Okay.
It meets.
You both succeed and you both narrate the outcome. So we'll do Cassandra first. You kick it in the knee. It go on it. Yeah.
No. Let me do it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I'm gonna like, seeing that it's like slamming these both down. I've got to make an action, and I just kick it in the knee, and it sort of like wobbles a bit. Anya.
Yeah.
As it goes to like, I think, scratch me with its claws, I just use both my hands to stop its like wrist.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Can we push it over?
You can attempt to push it over with a fight. It will defend. Yeah. It's going to defend with a brawn.
Yeah, because it's like, it's up. Come on, Anya, we gotta get it now. She goes to push it.
Fucking goddamn it, Jenna!
All right, it explodes on its brawn. And when you try,
that's a fail.
Right, okay, Cassandra, when you like run forward to try and like push it over, it literally grabs hold of you and drags you back into the pool room. It's literally got its arms around you. You're like screaming and kicking and all this lot. It's dragging you away. Anya, you didn't even get a hand on it or anything with that 3. It's literally dragging you back. It jumps backwards into this pool here, and you are submerged underwater as it's dragging you under the water.
Me?
Yes,
I'm going,
Cassandra,
Xian's
you.
Can I?
Xian's gonna quickly. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
Lamont.
Lamont's going to jump up and I assume it dropped the poles, right?
It's dropped both of the poles, yeah.
Okay, Lamont's going to use how many do I need to use? Okay, Lamont's going to use 2 adversity tokens and grab one of the poles and like try and ram it in the back or in the shoulder or something, anything.
All right.
As it is turned around.
All right. Okay. So the thing is, it's grabbed her and it's like walked backwards out of the room with her. So you run into the room, you grab up the pole, and when you come to chase after it, you see that it's already like sort of fallen backwards into this pool with her. Like you're in the pool room now, and Juniper has just sprinted past you. She dives into the water herself, and you can't see what's going on under there at all. Like you're standing there, like the water's swishing around at your ankles. Looking, you're about here. Like here, and everything's going off in the small pool.
Is the pool room dark?
Everything's pretty dark, yeah.
Yeah, I turn my torch and I'm going to try and flash it into its eyes. I figure it doesn't like that.
You can't do that because you are literally grappled by it.
Oh, fully...
Yeah, it's literally holding your entire, body,
Okay, I thought it was, dragging me.
No, it's literally, wrapped its arms around your middles, with your arms and everything, yeah.
Cass, being Xian's best friend, she's gonna sprint into the water, and she's gonna break the broom over her knee.
Oh yeah.
And dive into the water harpoon style on this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Alright, roll fight. It's gonna brawn.
Dear.
3.
When Lamont
does that broom handle give me anything for it or no?
No.
No, it's just your weapon.
Yeah, it's just weapon. Ooh. Right.
I'm gonna burn one adversity to match it.
Alright, okay.
But he's the defender, so he'd win in this scenario.
He's the defender, yeah, so let me just...
Okay, then I'm not gonna waste it.
Yeah, when you dive into the water, you try and it's like when you're in a dream and you're moving in slow motion, because of the resistance of the water, you're just trying your hardest to get your strength to actually hit it, and you can't. You see that Juniper's grabbing hold of its arms and pulling so hard to try and get this grip off of Cassandra, and she does. She's literally pops open its arms and wraps its arms around its back underwater. But you can also see that she's kind of struggling a little bit with a thing, and she breathes out, and a bunch of bubbles just come out of her mouth, and you see that like the breath that she was holding is gone, as she's struggling in the water with it. Cassandra, you're free. You see Xian's there with this like rod or whatever. Lamont, I know you want to probably do something right now because you've got this in your hands, this pole, because right now you're standing at the edge of the deep, small pool. You see them rolling around in the bottom of the pool. Cassandra and Xian, you are free. So if you surface, you do. Well, yeah.
I'm gonna look at Cass, look at Juniper, and I'm gonna go for Juniper and try to help pull this thing up to the surface.
All right, Cass, do you...
And I'm gonna flash a torch in its eyes.
All right,
hoping that would do anything.
Now you've got the torch. Okay, I'd say I'd say roll a flight for the torch. I'd say the DC is going to be like 5 to distract it. And for Juniper...
8.
Nice, yeah. You flash the torch in its eyes and it sort of screeches a little bit. And as you do, it releases Juniper as well. Xian, you grab hold of Juniper. And you...
No, what I want to do is I want Juniper to keep hold of it, and I'm going to help her like swim up to the surface while she's still grappling.
Right. I see. Yeah. So you all like sort of come out of the water, and you see it's really struggling, but she's got it in her grasp as you pull Juniper up as well and swim to the top. From Lamont's perspective, Lamont just literally sees you holding Juniper, who's holding the monster, and Cassandra flashing a torch in its eyes.
So I'm going to preface this. I googled it. Solid magnesium. First, it will take a minute to burn.
Wait, is this in your fucking pockets right now?
No. So,
it's in the bag that's over by the lockers.
Right, good.
So, magnesium burns for a minute, and once that burns, it's gonna blow. Like, it's an actual explosion.
Yes, it's an explosion. We know this.
It's a grenade.
Yeah.
No, apparently it can blow up cars and stuff.
Yeah. We're not.
Well, it depends on how much.
Yeah.
I know that, but I'm yell at Lamont to grab the magnesium as we're struggling with this thing.
It's a jar of magnesium. Yeah. Sorry, right, Theo.
As Lamont is already there with a pole, coming from behind Lamont, you're going to have Theo come in holding a bottle of 5 liters of ammonia and the jar of magnesium in his right hand. I don't know how to be helpful, but one of these is going to work.
I think Anya would probably take up the other pole if Theo doesn't.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we've got Lamont. Right. So we've got Lamont and Anya holding the poles. We've got Theo with just ammonia, not bleach, and a jar of magnesium. We've got everyone else in the pool with the monster. Juniper's got hold of the monster. What's happening?
So Xian's in the midst of all this. She's like in the midst of the struggle. She's gonna yell words. Pole, pry, mouth, magnesium, and that's all she's gonna say.
All right. Okay. I know. Yeah. Okay.
Out of character. Just basically jab these poles into its mouth and then toss the magnesium into its mouth, into like this gaping maw.
It's toothy maw.
Seems like a hard get.
Yeah, I think
Anya's pretty good at throwing things.
Can I throw the pole at it instead of just jamming it?
Its mouth doesn't have water inside it because its mouth is an open mouth. Like it would have to be submerged in water, wouldn't it? The magnesium, and the magnesium's in a jar. She'd have to like tip it out like ashes. You know what I mean? Like it's shavings.
You could throw it at the fucking thing.
You could, but it'd have to come in contact with the water. Like, it's all little shards of metal.
Yeah. How are you guys holding the fish boy at the minute? Because you've swum it up to the surface. Are you, like, holding it in place at the minute?
Juniper's got its arms behind its back, right? And she's, like, sort of, like, holding it really tight, like, She's got superhuman strength, by the way. You already know this. Right now, Xian doesn't have to hold it because Juniper's got it, but Xian's just making Juniper stay on the surface.
Anya will definitely try and javelin throw this pole at it.
Alright, okay.
Theo, you do whatever.
Well, my thought is this is just gonna burn it and piss it off, but I could just pour the ammonia on it because it's still a caustic chemical and it would burn.
All right. So we're gonna have a brawn in defense of the javelin throw. So beat a 4 to hit it with a javelin.
Come on.
Do I add my 3 for ranger?
Yeah, because this is a throw. Finally.
Yeah.
Nice.
Alright, so that's already got the 3 added to it, so it's with an extra 1. You succeed, you explain how you attack, and it's hurt, but only temporarily, so it's going to stun it, in other words, so how do you want that to work?
The pole is just going to straight up hit this fish creature in, like, the chest area, which shouldn't, like, damage it severely, but it should just temporarily stop it.
Yeah, it sort of like wins it, and it like doubles down a little bit, and it's very prone right now. If there's obviously not a word in this for that, but Theo, are you gonna just throw some ammonia on it?
Well, if it's pulled up to the surface of the pool.
Yeah, it's stunned, so Juniper could probably let go of it, and you could probably get out of the pool. Whilst it's
that's
like
what I'm thinking.
Yeah, okay. Right, it's in the pool on its own. You all get out of the pool. Go on, Theo.
Well, at this point, would I just throw the magnesium at it?
You'd have to all run out and then throw it. Yeah, okay. You'll run to the fucking shower area. Alright, Theo, you at the doorway with the magnesium in your hand, right? It's in the pool.
Open the jar of magnesium, because it would be stupid to throw in a fucking lidded jar, and I will throw it at the fish boy.
Alright, okay.
Just the whole jar.
Okay, right. So, okay, now I've got to figure out how to fucking... let's have a look here. I am going to give you for this. I'm going to give you a +10. And it's going to be a fight. Against its brawn. Let's hope it doesn't explode. It's a 5.
It fails.
It's gonna fail, but let's see how bad it fails.
Come on, Theo.
Can I put a shoulder on Theo's? Can I put a hand on Theo's shoulder? An encouragement. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay.
You encouraged him.
So the difference.
I want to add to it. I want to add both my adversity points to that and make that 9 more than what the fishman.
I think you can only add. Oh no, yeah, you can add more. Right, okay. So both. So that's 14.
14.
Yep. So that's that's a 9. That's a 9 difference, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, if it was one more.
Kills, right?
Well, can I add an adversity?
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna add an adversity.
Right, okay.
We Stranger Things style all stand as Theo badassly tosses this fucking.
Yep, Theo, you're the attacker. You have full control, and you explain what they do. And it will be dead. So here you go.
Let's go.
So as everyone gets behind Theo, as he readies his. You ever seen that thing in Mission Impossible where the guy like reloads his fists? Theo kind of just does that. Pops the top off of this jar and tosses it into the air, so it kind of like spins in midair. Like some of the magnesium starts falling out, but then the jar flips round and it falls back into the jar. It lands in the fish boy's mouth, and they kind of make eye contact. And the fish boy doesn't understand what's in there, so he just bites down and cracks the jar, and all the magnesium falls down into the water in front of him and starts just fizzing, burning around him. He starts kind of looking around because things are burning, doesn't know why. We all yeet the fuck out of the shower area.
And you will roll your yeets in a
the...
minute, so calm down, because you're going to roll some yeets in a minute, but this is an explosion.
You actually said that I have narrative.
You have full narrative control over how it dies, but not about you lot all getting out of there.
Okay, so as we all turn, ready to yeet, a bright white flash of light just appears behind us, as if cool people never look at the explosions, so we all turn to run as just white light erupts behind us.
Yeah, and you
can't even see any red.
You each have a +5 to flight, but you'll all be flighting. And your DC is the explosion of 15.
Oh, motherfucker. I need to explode 3 times.
Oh,
Xian. What the fuck?
Xian's out of there.
Jesus. Alright, so we have... Oh my god. Oh my fucking...
I have 2 adversity tokens, which means I can reroll.
Well, Xian's fine, y'all. Good luck.
All right.
Let's fucking go. The double explode.
Yes. All right.
Let's fucking go.
Oh wow.
For the degrees of failure,
yeah.
How much do I need to add to get into a lesser degree of failure?
Right. Okay. Let's work this out.
You're at 7. You need to go down to a 3.
Yeah. So Anya.
So I can add 4.
Yeah, right, so Anya and Xian are absolutely fine. We'll deal with that later, because whatever, that's a success. We have... Right, where's Cassandra?
Sorry, my hands were flapping so hard I got a cramp.
Okay. Oh, shit. Right, okay.
Actually...
that's +7 each, so you're at a 12.
+5. Oh, yeah, +7, right, okay.
Yeah,
right.
+5.
Oh,
they're at 12.
Yeah, Cass succeeds. Alright, okay, so we have Lamont and Theo.
Well, may I ask you a question, Jenna?
Yeah.
With a 42 in flight.
Yep.
Is it possible?
No, I know what you're gonna fucking ask me, and the answer's no. No.
What?
No, you're not able to grab someone on the way out. Everyone runs at the same time.
No, that's not what I was. That's not what I was gonna ask.
Go on then. What were you gonna ask?
Can I fling open this door and get the attention of Officer Michaels?
Yeah, after. Let me do the do the initial explosions.
To help my friend. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. But listen, this is the explosion of like actual grenade that just gone off here. Right, so Anya, Xian, and Cass are all fine. Lamont and Theo, let's work this out. So Lamont, what pluses has Lamont got? Is this just standard? We've got Theo at 8, Lamont at 7. Is that
+5?
Right, so...
That's with the +5, except for Cass's.
Yeah, so has anyone added the adversity points to anyone's stuff?
I'm trying to figure out if there's anything I can do to help Theo out here. Because I just... Wait, do I get 2 more just now from this failure, right?
You,
No, you can't use it, though. You can't use it for this one.
Right.
Okay.
You are... Right, okay, let's see the difference here.
I have 4 adversity points I can use here.
Let me just see the difference. The difference is 7. Right, 7 to 9 is the difference for both of you.
For me? Mine's
yeah, for 3... Yeah, no, yours is fine, Cass. You're fine. You don't worry about it. We're just
Right,
we are just talking about Theo and Lamont right now.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Right, okay. All the girls fucking and Xian get out just fine. Theo and Lamont, you are badly hurt. as you have been caught in the full force of this. Like, obviously, Theo, you're at the front as well, so, like, I'd presume Lamont would have been standing right next to you at the time. You take the full force of this, the sort of explosion that happens here, and you, like, it's like sort of shrapnel and shit from everything just, like, all hits you at once. You both drop unconscious. Unless you can do anything to improve that score.
Well,
What do we?
You've broken your fucking arms and shit. Like, it's.
What do
I'll
we
use
need?
4 adversity tokens to get me up to 12 if that lessens the impact for me.
I think Jenna said that you needed to get down to a 6 to 4, so I might have been wrong.
Is that not
6 to
help
4
me
is a
at all?
different one.
Yeah, 6 to 4 is fairly hurt, but not permanent. You're dazed, concussed, whatever.
So if Theo uses 4 adversity points and gets to a 12, how many more what would we need score wise to get Theo out? Because I have like 2, but that's a 4. Like if I used both, could we get Theo out?
Not gonna lie, I've already forgotten what the DC was.
Me too.
It was 15.
It's a DC 15.
Yeah.
Because the explosion's a 15.
Yeah, the explosion's a 15, but obviously it's the difference between your score and the 15 that matters. So as close as you can get it is better, obviously. But right now,
so...
you're both in the 7 to 9 category, which is bad.
Okay, so then if you use all 4 of yours and I use all 4 of mine, that's pretty good.
Yeah. You'll be like dazed and concussed.
Lamont, if you use your adversity tokens on me, they're a +2 instead of a +1, right?
Yes, correct. That's what I'm planning on.
Yeah.
So how many do you have?
I have 2.
You have 2.
Yeah, so
that's 4 total.
Yeah.
So what Cadence means is if you use the 4 to save Lamont, and
No.
Lamont uses the 2. No, it's not.
No, use them on Theo. We'll all use it. We'll use them all on Theo.
And then you die.
Well, I won't die. I'll just be unconscious.
If you use 2 of yours on me to get me up by 4, then I use 3 on me to get me to 15. I would pass, and then I'd have 1 more that I can use on you, which I don't think would actually take you into a new bracket. I'm not sure.
I don't think it would.
Well, what if I can offer a suggestion? Lamont, use both of yours. That'll be 4. That'll bring Lamont, or that'll bring Theo up to.
Yeah. Lamont only needs 2.
Yeah, Lamont. Lamont, you need 2 to bring Theo up to dazed and concussed, and then Theo uses all 4 of his on Lamont to bring him up to the necessary range.
Right, Theo needs 1, Lamont needs 2.
Yeah, then Lamont, you can use your 2 on yourself.
Yeah.
And there you use 1.
Yeah,
so extra.
save your tokens if you can.
Yeah.
You might need them. You still have 2 things to kill.
Because you can get it up to 3, I think, if you used them all, Theo. But, I mean, it doesn't make that much difference. You basically just want to get out of the 7 to 9 category. And Theo does that with 1, Lamont can do that with 2.
Alright, I've done that then.
Alright, okay. Lamont, are you going to spend both of yours to get yours up to 2? Basically, you can spend both of yours on yourself.
Yeah. That's
All right.
what I'll do then.
Brilliant. Okay, so you are fairly hurt. You're dazed and concussed, but you can keep going. And basically, you've got no broken bones or anything like that. You feel this burn across like the front of your bodies. Yeah.
Not one of these.
But yeah, you all run out of there and like you get out of the door, and you're all sort of like wheezing and breathing, and you shut the door behind, and as you're all sort of standing there, you see Officer fucking Michaels shines a torch in all of your faces, and he just says, "What was that?" and that's where we're gonna end the session.
Oh my god, it's
Fucking Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I'm so sorry that went on so long. Yeah, fuck, Jesus, right. Oh god, well, we're gonna have to do another, because, you know, we've
Gosh, make sure it's not 4 though. 'cause
Only
that'd be a
3
mini
parts.
campaign.
Yeah, I know, right?
Only 3 parts.
Well, I guess you could probably get away with maybe trying to do the double, you know, the boat.
All we have is 2 left.
Yeah, you've
2
only
per
got-
We got
episode.
rid of 2 in this one, yeah, so we'll get rid of 2 in the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and then it can be a 3-act structure.
3-act structure. There we have it. There we have it. Oh my goodness gracious me. Right.
Oh god.
Well, thank you for watching. We'll
Remember to like, comment, and subscribe when this goes onto our YouTube channel.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Thanks for watching, Nat Wannabes,
Oh.
and the Easter egg at the end of this episode. Cadence, you will do the honors.
I don't want to do the honors.
And that's the Easter egg.
Hey! Right. Thank you. Say bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.